gear up for the 3rd regional memorial in honor of the late Dr. Sam Savishuna Nujoma. We know that the 3rd regional memorial will be hosted, that is in Rundu, to incorporate, that is both Kavango West and Kavango East. But before we get into that, we look at that as now Namibia continue to observe a period of national mourning following the passing of its founding president, Dr. Sam Savishuna Nujoma, who passed on the 8th of February 2025. Now, in honor of his unwavering contribution to the nation's independence and development, a series of regional memorial services have been organized, allowing citizens across the country to pay their respect. Now, yesterday, the town of Eenhana in Ohangwena region became a focal point of national mourning. Thousands of Namibians from all various regions gathered at the Eenhana soccer field to honor Dr. Nujoma's legacy. Now, as early as 6 o'clock in the morning, people lined up at the roads from Okahao to Eenhana, awaiting the procession carrying his remains. The atmosphere was of solemn reflection, with communities uniting to celebrate the life of a leader who dedicated himself to the nation's liberation. Now, still reflecting on yesterday's journey and in recognition of his memory and service to the nation, Botswana's President Duma Boko also signed a book of condolences in honor of Dr. Savishuna Nujoma at the Namibian High Commission office that is in Gaborone. Now, while paying tribute to the late founding president, Boko described him as a visionary statesman whose contribution to liberation, unity and progress will continue to inspire generations across Africa. President Boko said that Dr. Nujoma's legacy extends beyond Namibia, leaving an enduring impact on the continent's struggle for freedom and development. Now, the late president's role in shaping Namibia's independence and post-colonial growth remains deeply cherished by both Namibia and the broader African community, said the Botswana statesman. Now, moving on to this morning, the procession that will start towards moving the 3rd regional memorial, as I indicated earlier, that will be hosted at the Rundu Sports Stadium, will start in Eenhana, where the remains of the founding president laid in state from when the program ended last night, and then will proceed, that is, to Oshaango, and then from there it will continue to Oshikambo Junction, and then on to Onipa. After Onipa, the procession heads to Onefindi, followed by Oluno, and concludes at the Andiba Toivo Airport. From there, the remains will be airlifted to Rundu by approximately 10 o'clock this morning. It is expected to arrive in Rundu at exactly 11 o'clock. A memorial service will be held, hence providing again an opportunity for residents to pay their last respects. This event is part of a broader itinerary that includes stops in Katima Mulilo, Grootfontein, Walfish Bay, Kedman Swamp in the coming days. Now, we will definitely later be crossing on to our colleagues such as the Panda Shuya as well as Tonateni Haimbodi, who will be giving us an update as the remains of the founding president will be making their way to the Ondiba Toivo Airport in Ondangwa, and will also be engaging, that is Ambassador Joabem Shaanika, who is the head of multilateral relations and cooperations as a deputy executive director at the Ministry of International Relations and Cooperation, who served as a special assistant to the late founding president, to talk to us about his journey with the president, what it entails, as he was part of the core office that established that office after 1990, after independence. Now we get to go for a break. We'll be back after this. Welcome back now as we continue with our special tributes, that is to Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma, founding president and father of the Namibian nation. We take a look at some news that's of course aligned to the special tribute. Now, Kavango East Governor Bonifacius Wakudumo says the region is ready to host its regional memorial in honor of the late founding president on Saturday. Now, when NBC News visited the NBC, that's the Rundu Sports Stadium, on Friday, people were busy getting the venue ready for this weekend's proceedings. Now, according to Wakudumo, everyone is pulling in their weight. Now, in terms of this engagement, the preparation is going very well. The governor indicated, he says, I cannot say there is one spectator which is not doing their work. All sectors are set up to ensure that this activity is indeed a success. Now, Grootfontein Municipality has passed a resolution calling for liquor outlets at the town council to remain closed for business on the 24th of February 2025. This was decided during a special meeting on Wednesday with the aim of ensuring residents and visitors alike giving founding president Sam Nujoma a respectable send-off.
Juba Regional Governor James Werikwa says closing liquor outlets on the day will allow the public to mourn with honor and respect.
That instructed that all bars, shebeens, and liquor outlets owners so that the residents and all visitors can bid a befitting farewell and a respectful payment of homage to the founding president, Dr. Sam Shafishuna, by making sure that their establishments are closed during the memorial services on Monday, 24 February 2025. All establishments may only open the next day, the 25th of February, after the body departs to Erongo region.
Werikwa also announced the procession routes of the memorial service, expected to start at 12 noon.
The first leg will start from the Lieutenant General Dimo Amambo Garrison all the way to the traffic circle. The second leg enters the Kavango Road in the CBD of town all the way to the four-way traffic junction and turn left into the Sam Nujoma Road. The third leg will turn off on the right at the T-junction, that is at the traffic lights, and continues on the Sam Nujoma Road all the way to Omulunga Township. The fourth leg will turn off at Engelhard Garrison Street up until the corner of Makalani Primary School. And the final leg, this is a leg where the Namibian Defence Force will be able to ensure that the whole street was lined up with troops, and these are armed troops, observing as a guard of honor, and will escort the founding president's remain along Wilfrid Agovab Street into Omulunga Sport Ground.
The memorial service program is to start at 1400 hours, after which the remains will lie in state at the stadium. The public will be allowed to view the body until 6 a.m. on Tuesday. Speaker of Parliament, Prof. Peter Kachavivi, is the chief mourner assigned to represent President Nangolo Mbumba. Faith Sankwasa, NBC News, Grootfontein.
Now moving beyond our borders, memorial service in honor of the late Namibian leader was held at Namibia's High Commission in Accra, Ghana, to reflect on the life and the legacy of Dr. Sam Nujoma, the first president of the Republic of Namibia. Now, mourners gathered to remember a leader whom they described as given dignity to Africans through his exemplary life and leadership.
João Domingo Baptista Coisa, the ambassador of Angola to Ghana, was one of the speakers at the event. Kweza encouraged those gathered not to mourn late Nujoma, but to rather celebrate him as he spoke about Angola-Namibia post-independence relations.
For those who followed the history of Southern Africa, you will know it was the most protracted and longest war fought for the independence of both Angola and Namibia. And after we in Angola attained our independence, we continued the fight with our brothers from Namibia for over a decade, trying to make sure that apartheid South Africa accepted to respect the United Nations Resolution 435, which gave Namibia the right to independence.
Samia Nkrumah, the daughter of Ghana's first president, Kwame Nkrumah, also shared her thoughts. Nkrumah said she felt honored to have met Dr. Nujoma in 2010 during his visit to Ghana. She added that he had visited Ghana many times and was not a stranger to her country. When they met, Dr. Nujoma told her about his first meeting with her father, late President Nkrumah.
Dr. Nujoma said that upon our father seeing him, he said, "Oh, keep going. Keep on. The government of Ghana is behind you." And the venue, how they met, was very significant, because I want you just to imagine this scene. The All-African People's Conference. Not governments only, not sister countries. Very few were independent at the time, but the leaders of liberation movements from all over Africa.
Rui Livramento, a representative from the African Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat, commended Dr. Nujoma's leadership. He said that Dr. Nujoma's efforts had made a huge impact on Africa's development, peace, stability, and democratic governance.
The founding president's visionary leadership and unwavering commitment to the principles of Pan-Africanism were instrumental in Namibia's liberation and its development as a sovereign nation. His dedication to the cause of African unity extended beyond political independence, encompassing the economic empowerment of women and youth and their integration in all aspects of social and political life.
Kwesi Pratt, the Secretary General of the Socialist Movement of Ghana, also spoke at the memorial.
He was a leader who taught us that as African people, we have to make up our own minds, choose our own systems of government, and run our continent the way we see best for the continent. So it was that he rejected the bullying of the United States of America and remained a faithful friend of Cuba and its revolution until his death. So it was that he continued to salute Cuba for the great sacrifices made by Cuban internationalist forces in winning the Battle of Quito Cuernavaca, defeating the apartheid army, consolidating the independence of Angola, and guaranteeing the independence of what was then Southwest Africa.
The memorial service in Ghana was a tribute to Nujoma's role in shaping the continent and his Pan-African philosophy. Martha Mafangeo, NBC News, Windhoek.
some of those visuals of the founding fathers' legacy there in the background. Now, before we get into anything, now with regards to the update in today's logistics, with regard to the ongoing regional memorial that is slated to take place in Rundu for the founding president, now Minister of ICT, Emma Theophilus, gave us an update on what we can expect. Now let's take a look and listen.
Dear viewers, listeners, fellow mourners, it is once again an honor for me to give a briefing on the funeral arrangements in the regions around this time of His Excellency Dr. Safisuna Nujoma, our founding president and founding father of the Namibian nation. On Friday, the 21st of February 2025, the body will depart from the Etunda village at 6 a.m. and the route military procession will go through the Tsanti town and proceed to Otapi. From Otapi, the procession will go through Ohangwena, Oshikuku, and to the Oshakati towns. From Oshakati, the procession will take the 10 off to proceed onto the Ongwelume road all the way to Ongwelume, and from Ongwelume area, it will go through Ongenga and to Ondombe. Then eventually from Ondangwa to Eenhana, which will be the last leg of this military procession. Citizens are once again asked to line up across this route so that they can give their farewells and final goodbyes to His Excellency, the founding president. As citizens line up, you are invited to either give a salute or wave to the casket as it's making its way on this route military procession. The memorial service, of course, will happen in Eenhana at the Eenhana Sports Stadium, and the program is expected to start at 1 p.m. in the afternoon. The Commander-in-Chief, His Excellency the President, Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, the Chief Mourner, will be represented by Right Honorable Prime Minister, Dr. Sarah Madila, at this memorial service. Once the program during the memorial service has been
Welcome back. We do apologize that we have played the wrong insert with regard to announcements by Emma Theophilus, the Minister of Information and Communication Technology, who was giving an update of what we can expect in terms of the funeral procession of the military convoy and when we can expect the casket to arrive in Rundu later today. Now let's take a look at that correct insert.
Fellow Namibians, dear mourners, it is once again my honor to give a briefing on the funeral arrangements of our founding president and father of the Namibian nation, His Excellency President Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma, who departed this earth on the 8th of February 2025. We've concluded another memorial service held in Eenhana in the Ohangwena region. From the 22nd of February 2025, this will be the following for the memorial service to be held in the Kavango East region in the town of Rundu. From Eenhana Sports Stadium, where the memorial service took place and where the body laid in state, the military route procession will proceed to Oshaango, then to Oshigambo. From Oshigambo, the procession will proceed to Onipa, and then from Onipa to Oluno, where it will then proceed to the Andimba Toivo Airport in Ondangwa. It is expected then that the remains of His Excellency the President, Dr. Sam Nujoma, will be expected to depart to Rundu by air at 10:30 a.m. Procession will arrive at the Rundu Airport and move through the following routes. From 11 a.m., the remains are expected to move from Rundu Airport to John Motorwa Street. Thereafter, proceed from John Motorwa Street to Sam Nujoma Street. From Sam Nujoma Street to Eugene Kakukuru Street. From Eugene Kakukuru Street to Sitentu Pasi Street. From the Sitentu Pasi Street to the Unam Road, and then from the Unam Road to the B1 Road. On the B1 Road, which is the road between Rundu and Rundu Main Road, the final leg will then proceed to the Rundu Sports Stadium, where the official memorial service of His Excellency the President Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma will happen at the Rundu Sports Ground. We once again call upon the nation to comply with the directives from the security cluster as the procession moves along these routes, and would like to thank and appreciate the cooperation of the Namibian public so far as the procession makes its way across the country. You are all again once invited to show some salutation or wave or even sing as the procession makes its way along these routes. Would also like to indicate that at the official memorial service at the Rundu Sports Ground, His Excellency the President, Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, Chief Mourner, will be represented by the Honorable Albert Kawana. The body will lie in state at the Rundu Sports Ground, and any citizens who wish to view the body of our late beloved founding president may do so. May the soul of His Excellency Dr. Sam Nujoma rest in eternal power.
Thank you so very much. That's to Emma Theophilus, the Minister of MICT, there outlining the expected procession. We're now getting to cross over to Ndapanda Shuya, who is in Eenhana and is on standby to engage. That is Lieutenant General retired Sebastian Haitota Ndeitunga, who is the governor of the Ohangwena region, where the second regional memorial was held. Ndapanda Shuya, good morning to you and the team in Ohangwena, and it's over to you.
Morning, Namibia. Thousands of Namibians still continue to pay homage and their last respects to the late founding president, Sam Nujoma, in Eenhana yesterday, where his second regional memorial service took place at the complex. I'm now joined this morning by the regional head, who is the regional governor, Sebastian de Dunga, just to summarize yesterday's proceedings. Governor, good morning and thank you so much for joining us. Tell us about yesterday. How did the day go in terms of the people that attended and the organization thereof?
Yesterday, we should regard it very successful. The turnout was very, very, very well. Many Namibians joined us here to mourn our founding father. The organization was meticulous well. Everybody came here to pay their last homage to the founding father. We sum up that everything went well thanks to the cooperations and the discipline of our populations from all walks of life. They converged here, and we are really happy what happened yesterday.
Tell us what was word on the ground in terms of the general public. How did they feel when they heard that the second memorial service in the regions will be taking place in the Ohangwena region?
It was really a great honor. Many people felt very, very honored and applauded the decision of our government that the body for our founding father was coming to Eenhana, and all the three regions could have the opportunity to view the body or the remains of our founding father. It was really an honor, and an honor that will always remain in our memory.
There was somebody amidst the Namibian crowd, a representative from Angola. Tell us about that person and what was the significance of his presence here during yesterday's memorial service.
Angola and Namibia, not only sister country or neighbor, we are sister and friendly country, and whatever happened to Angola, it's also affect Namibia. What happened in Namibia affect Angola. We could not have this memorial service of this magnitude, and our neighbor has not been informed or invited. We have invited my dad also to come and mourn together with us, and the governor of Okunene region, Brigadier, had the honor to be with us here, and really it was a memorable time to be with our comrade from Angola. The relation between Angola and Namibia is a relation that is a blood and revolutionary relationship. We have been together all the years, fighting the enemy together, and this time our loss is the Angolan loss. That's why they came here in a big number to mourn with us the loss of our founding father.
Governor, maybe in short, how do you remember the late founding president, and how would you like Namibians to continue celebrating his legacy in the coming days and beyond?
As I previously said, the founding father is a peacemaker, is a unifier, is a visionary leader, is a father of very as from day one during the liberation struggle, he unified the Namibian people to vision to fight for independence of our country, fight for the prosperity of all Namibians, to develop our country. And this example, these fatherly ways of leading this country were to be by the current and the future generations. As I said, reader, to the extent that he youth, he said this country should be liberated, and that liberation will be a struggle of bitter and longer. And again, is the most powerful army in the continent, and he mobilized all the youth, all the Namibian nation to wage this war. At the end of the day, we were successful under the leadership of Sam Nujoma. As I said, after independence, Nujoma made sure that the infrastructure of this country developed to the extent that is acceptable. Starting with the railway from Nujoma to Oshaango, the highway, Caprivi Highway to Cape Frio, and even the vision to bring water from Congo DRC to the SADC regions, and the many other legacy for this kind of infrastructure in education, in health, in security, everything. So this visionary leader will be dearly missed in this country, in this continent, in this world. And therefore, all of us wish to emulate what Congress and it's up to keep on that mantle to a successful project.
Thank you so much for making the time.
Thank you very much, NBC. Thank you for having me.
The Ohangwena Regional Governor, Sebastian Leitunga, filling us in on yesterday's undertaking at Eenhana Sports Complex of more to pay, especially those who would not otherwise have means to travel to Windhoek to see him off as he is celebrated in Windhoek before his final at the Heroes Shaanika. I am Ndapanda Shua and will be back with you in studio shortly as times for the procession. Please back to the studio.
Thank you very much, Ndapanda Shua and the team there in Eenhana. They're indicating that in their engagement, that is the Governor Leitunga, who said the event was meticulously planned, it was successful, and it was a dignified way in sending off the late Dr. Sam Nujoma, father of the nation and the founding president of the Republic of Namibia, and also indicating that Sam Nujoma led Namibia's initiative towards projects such as investment in infrastructure and so much more, ensuring that there's good relations between our neighbors. Also alluding to the fact that the governor from the Kunene province in Angola made it a point to be able to attend, shows a significance of how Nujoma meticulously ensured that Namibia continues to have good relations with its neighbors, more so countries which they fought together in terms of the war of liberation. Indeed, what a befitting send-off. Indeed, we know that in terms of the procession, as we explained to you, that it will be starting from Eenhana and then heading into the other direction, so that we know we can prepare eventually for that the takeoff of the remains of Dr. Sam Nujoma from the Toivo airport in Ondangwa, where it is earmarked and expected to be airlifted, that is to Rundu, sometime after 11 this morning, as we expect that the third regional memorial service that will be in Rundu will be starting at around about 1400 hours. Pardon me. That is what you can expect in terms of activities as that are lined up. Now, we do apologize for that technical challenge that we're experiencing, a bit slow in the feed that is coming in. We hope to also to have that resolve as we go on. However, we'll keep you updated just before the procession starts to commence from Eenhana and take you through those processes. But not forgetting that, we also had invited that as we continue to pay tribute to a remarkable life and legacy of our founding president, Sam Nujoma, we reflect on his immense contribution to Namibia and to allow us to get into that journey, we have invited that is Ambassador Joachim Shaanika, who served as President Nujama's personal assistant during his tenure. Ambassador Shaanika is also serving as a Deputy Executive Director and the Head of Multilateral Department in the Ministry of International Relations and Cooperation. Ambassador, a very good morning, and thank you for joining us under these circumstances.
Good morning, Lord. And I also want to extend a very good morning to fellow Mona and fellow citizen of Namibia.
Thank you very much. Ambassador, let's start with the fact that, you know, I had the pleasure of attending your tribute when at the private residence of His Excellency, the late Dr. Sem, when the day was dedicated to those that were in his office as the first president, and also those that continued to serve in his office when they established office of the founding president. And one of the things that you talked about that was quite interesting was the fact that you started an office where there was no existing framework. And what does that talk say about Nujoma's courage, you know, that Nujoma's leadership? And, you know, some people, most cases, have said, what am I doing here? There is nothing that I can work with. Where do I even start? But that didn't hold him back.
Yes, it's a good question. And I will attempt to answer it in the following. There was no office because Namibia was a colony, and the colonialists have gone. And the issue was now to say, we are starting from the scratch. We were a liberation movement. Now, the work of statecraft begin, the affair of state, as distinguished from a non-state actor is now to build the machinery of state. Then those of us who were in the office, of course, under the leadership of Ambassador Eddie Amkongo, who, of course, suggested that I must speak at that memorial.
So it's a protocol thing. You have to make sure that you speak to the senior first.
Yes, yes. And the issue was now, first there is a state affair. Then you have the head of state. And the head of state has his own philosophical conviction, which has to be reflected in the affair of state. Now, our task was now to ensure that the office is set up. Of course, we had administration and household, and of course, we were also assisted by security. Then also the drivers and others who make an enabling environment for the head of state to perform his function. Now, at the office administrative is to ensure that we are not decision maker. He has a prime minister and the cabinet. But on the other side, as the staff member of the office, we have to ensure that to enable him to perform his duties, he has everything that he needs.
Now, Ambassador, you talked about a very important element, that is moving from a non-state actor to a state actor, having the ability to also insert your personal convictions and philosophy in the way that you wanted to guide a nation that didn't know where to begin because this is the beginning of a new venture. I mean, compared to other many democracies or perhaps many states that fought for the independence of Namibia, when you compare the founding's leadership compared to other countries, what sets him apart?
I think what is setting him apart is his unifying power. He believed in teamwork. He believed in a consultative process, even within Namibia and also within his fellow heads of state. And also his spirit of patriotism. He believed in Namibia and he believed good for Namibia. And his ability to connect with ordinary people in Namibia, so that whatever he says, people listen to him. So that set him apart and in a way that you have a country and they listen to their head of state whenever he talks. It's something that I probably think that it will something that set him apart. But one thing that I also want to appeal to the NBC, for us to honor the founding president appropriately, I would suggest you also reach out to others who have been with him, particularly in the household or in the security. They will be also able to give you a different perspective than from us, those of us who were in the office, because each has a duty to perform, and they were all around to assist the head of state, president, the commander-in-chief, to perform his duty. But to get back to your question, the issue was that he has a philosophical belief. Now, one thing is that when he for example, we all have to learn his vocabulary that he uses, so that we will merge it in within that philosophical conviction. However, there is also a difference when you are writing a letter to Fidel Castro. You don't use that template to anybody else, like Jacques Chirac. When he's writing a letter to Mandela or to Robert Mugabe, it's a different matter. So you need to know what vocabulary you are going to use when you are writing a letter.
So you are juggling in between.
So you have to learn his own connection with a particular leader. So that vocabulary that he is going to use to that particular leader is not the same. So that was the challenge at the beginning. We need to have that understanding. And sometimes we also watch when he engaging them, so that will then give us an advantage to know what language you must use. And of course also the general public, when he's addressing the public. So you also have to know his language that you can use there.
Indeed. Now, I know some of the most personal moments that you shared with us during your tribute when you spoke was the issue you talked about, for instance, where you were on a trip and, okay, Ambassador, we get to connect to Eenhana. We understand that Ndapanda Shuya and the team are ready, as the NDF team is ready to ensure that we commence with the procession. Now, as you can see there in the background, in terms of the visuals, that the members of the NDF are preparing before the funeral procession takes place. That, you know, obviously the military convoy, as we earlier alluded, that will definitely have a route that will be followed. So preparations are underway, slightly sometime after 6, but we anticipate that everything definitely will go as according to plan. So we'll continue to give you an update and to share with you before that procession obviously commences en route, that is to Ondangwa Toivo Airport, where the remains of Dr. Sam President of Namibia will be airlifted to Rundu. So we can definitively see that the NDF are about to commence with ensuring that the coffin that is carrying the remains of Dr. Sam President of Namibia proceeds, you know, in terms of the procession as organized, and not forgetting the Namibians had an opportunity to pay their tributes. We know that the program ended sometime after 9 p.m. yesterday in the evening, and all Namibians that had an opportunity to be in Eenhana were afforded the opportunity to view the body and to pay their last respect, and possibly for those that may not be able to also attend regional memorials in other towns, or the main memorial that will be hosted here in the nation's capital, as well as the burial, indeed a befitting send-off for that Namibia's founding president and father of the Namibian nation, Dr. Sam Safishuna Nujoma. Now the NDF team there is saluting. It's a slow salute, as we're informed by that's a colonel from the Defense Force who's the head of public relations, Colonel Chilumbu, who indicated that the salute is slow, that is in honor of respect. It's not the normal salute. It's specifically given in a slow motion to appreciate the magnitude of the event. Hence, we can see that it's being displayed there. And at the same time, of course, Colonel reminded us that heads are to be removed when the casket is about to be moved. No soldier is allowed to be having that is his head on, and those are the bearers. We know that the bearers who are accompanying that is the coffin from all the different regions where the regional memorials will be held. It is one team that will also being accompanied by other bearers from the senior leadership of the Namibian Defense Force, not forgetting that the chief military mourner who has been delegated this function by the chief mourner, that is CDF Phineas, who has been delegated by Dr. Nangolo Muba, who's the chief mourner, is also accompanying these remains as he is mandated to ensure that they travel safely from one region to the next. We can see that they are uplifting the coffin, and the procession will be starting off shortly. We do know that it will be loaded onto the gun carriage before the procession commences. However, we'll definitively keep sharing those visuals to ensure that you do not miss out anything as a procession continues. Now, we definitively get to speak to Ndapanda Shuya, who is on standby. Ndapanda, once again, it's over to you and the team in Eenhana.
The remains of the tent are starting to be moved now out of the tent where the ceremony took place yesterday throughout most of the day. Now it's being moved. They are being moved to the RG-32 vehicle, which is a military vehicle, where it will now be fastened onto the vehicle. Yesterday, like I had indicated, thousands of people came out here at the Eenhana Sports Complex to bid farewell to their hero. Amongst them were the Prime Minister, Sarah Madila, and his spouse, former President, and his spouse, as well as other high-ranking government officials, thousands of the podium to salute their commander-in-chief and just remember the times they had with him both pre and post-independence. Now this morning I'm joined by in defense Procession and the highlights, as well as what we can expect for the remainder of the day. Thank you so much. Tell us about yesterday's procession. When did you start? How was it over until you made it all the way to Eenhana? It was a long journey from it to that.
Good morning, Nakanda. Good morning to the Namibians at the headline. Thank you very much for having me this morning. Yesterday, if I start with the procession of yesterday. Yesterday we started off a little bit late, to be specific. That was about 7:40, 20 minutes to 8 is when we started with the procession, and then now we moved on to Okahao, and then we passed Okahao, from Okahao to Otsandi, and from Otsandi to Otapi, and then from Utapi to Ogongo, and then from Ogongo we took the route to Oshakati, but we did not get into Oshakati itself. So we branched to the Umgerume road.
This was perhaps largely because you had already taken the inner route when you came on Friday morning.
Exactly, that was the main idea, because we went to the Oshakati during the initial day of the 20th. So we proceeded to Umgerume, and then we passed Ongenga. And then we joined on Onuno Road, the road that leads from Onuno to Eenhana. And then we arrived a little bit late. It was about 16:30 that we have arrived at the Eenhana Sports Complex. And then the program only started at around 1700 hours. So that was the route that we took.
General, there were people, as usual, social media was abuzz again, saying, why is it taking so long to get to the venue? We left Etunda yesterday around 7 o'clock, if I'm not mistaken, and we arrived here just quite past 3 to 4. Why is the route or procession taking this long?
And the Panda is the distance. It doesn't matter. What is important here and also to ensure that the body has arrived at the designated place safely. Safety comes first. That's the most important thing. We know that members of the public could wait, but it's worth it. It's worth waiting than rushing, and then some other situation might occur which we didn't want it to happen. So we were so cautious that the body should arrive safely.
General Kalimba, looking at the people that have been on the streets, both in the Oshana, Omsati, Ohangwena regions, how were the crowds, and do you think it was the right decision to make to bring the late remains here?
The decision which was taken, it was speech of former president yesterday. He made it clear that it was a right decision to bring the body of late His Excellency Dr. Safishuna to the regions, including the Ohangwena region. Not only to Eenhana, but to all regions, including Ohangwena. They were very cooperative. They are a lot. They came in numbers. They were organized. Because we saw that most of the the maturity and the high level of organization among the community.
As we near today's proceedings, we have seen that now the remains have been loaded onto the RG-32 military vehicle. Tell us about today's procession.
This procession of today, it will, from here, we will escort the body up to Andimba Toivo airport, where the body will be flown to Rundu via Grootfontein military airbase. So what we are going to witness today, is that
just trying to show the people what is happening currently at the stadium as we speak. Perhaps just the procession from Eenhana, which village is next until Andimba Toivo airport?
From Eenhana, we are going to pass Oshaango, and then from Oshaango, then we'll to Nujoma Junction, and then we'll proceed to Onipa, and then from Onipa, then we will proceed to Oluno, and then from Oluno, then finally at Andimba Toivo airport.
General, your message to the public that is along that route, because we are seeing today you are covering also a vast area, which is Ohangwena region, parts of Oshkoto region, and finally the Oshana region.
My message to the community is that for those who did not have got that chance of coming and to pay their last respect, they are most welcome. Even those who did it, if they feel that they still want to do it more, they can still come. They should line up in along those routes that I have just mentioned, and they must just cooperate. They must. I know. I trust the Namibian people. They are very to cooperate, and we just have to. They just have to come in big numbers.
What is currently happening now?
What is happening now is, as you have seen, that the on the gun carriage, and then that gun carriage will be towed by the RG-32 military vehicle. Then the chief of the Namibian Defense Force has got a task to ensure that the body is being escorted to other regions as per the instruction of the Commander-in-Chief, His Excellency the President. Now there will be an organization of the vehicles, what we call the order of movement, whereby the provost will be in front, and then after the provost, then we'll have the forward protection. After the forward protection, we will have the casket. The casket will follow, and then the rear protection. From the rear protection, and we will have the chief of the defense force, and then the representative of the chief monarch, the rear protection, and also the provost finally at the back.
We can see that the vehicles have started moving. Maybe how long before we arrive at the Andimba Toivo airport?
From here, we will We are expected to be at Andiba at any time from 9 o'clock. Anytime from 9 o'clock. So we have to be there because that will be the estimated time of departure from Andiba.
Dr. Kalimba, anything else that you would like to add, perhaps as we wind up the interview?
What I want to say is just to thank the Namibian people. Yesterday, they have turned up in good numbers. During the road procession from tent up, and they came to pay their last respect. Cause any problem whatsoever. That is something that I have to highlight.
Thank you so much for this morning. Mr. Program. That was the General Kalimba of the Namibian Defense Force, just taking us through today's itinerary as to what is going to take place. Now, if you are finding yourself there is in Eenhana, today's program states that the procession has commenced. They are exiting Eenhana as we speak towards Oshaango, and then along the Oshigambo or Nipa Road. So if you are finding yourselves at home, or if you have family members along along that road, please do encourage them to go to the road and just await the convoy as it passes, or the procession as it passes through, to give them an opportunity to salute their commander-in-chief. I am Dapanda Shuya, and will keep you up to date as the day.
Ndapanda, for ensuring that we are updated as the funeral procession has commenced. We saw those visuals, and with Ndapanda was speaking to that Brigadier General Rehabim Kalimba, who is a Deputy Chief of Staff of Joint Operations in Namibian Defense Force, providing clarity as to what is expected and talking about the procession that will be taken. And again, we do apologize for that, those poor network connectivity that are affecting our transmission. We hope to sort them out as we continue with our program. Now, it is worth noting that since the procession has started, in terms of that alignment of the program, it is that Eenhana to Oshaango is what the route will be taking right now, and then shortly after that is Oshaango, that is to Oshigambo Junction, and then Oshigambo Junction to Onipa, and then from Onipa to Onethindi, and then from Onethindi to Oluno, and then from Oluno to Andiba Toivo Airport, where the procession is expected to arrive any time from 9 o'clock, as Brigadier General has indicated, where the remains will then be airlifted to Rundu via the Grootfontein Air Base. That is in terms of procession. So for those who are living in between Eenhana, and that is on Nipa, you have an opportunity right now, if you are awake, to please go alongside the road and possibly say your goodbye and ensure that you contribute to this memory of remembering this national icon that we are paying tribute to. Now, Ambassador, we were talking about some of those deeply personal moments that you, or memory that you have shared with the late Dr. Sem Savishuna Nujoma. And I know from your tribute when you were speaking, you mentioned one where you talked about the fact that it was about sacrifice, was about ensuring that women empowerment did not only start now, but it started back then when you had traveled on an official work function, and he indeed gave up his room for the women to sleep in the room, and then you circled the cars in one circle, and then you all slept there, and then the security personnel started snoring. Then he started thinking that it was maybe it's an animal that is nearby. So what other personal memories did you share with the founding?
Well, we have many memories to talk about. I have also alluded to the fishing, because what happened is that he told us that he will not go to Europe for a holiday
That's one thing that he made it very clear. So now what happened is that in December, the office get relocated to, first it was to SWAPO because of the infrastructure. SWAPO had infrastructure. So that the supply will ensure the logistical supply between SWAPO and Terrace Bay. And now when we are in Terrace Bay, we have moment with him, as I said, competition in fishing, which was supposed to instill teamwork. Now we do competition. And as I was telling you in the memorial that whoever catches a big fish will be rewarded, or who catches more fish will be rewarded. And it was made in a friendly competitive, almost like a sporting, and the spirit is always high. And now it happens that even in a day, we catch so much fish that we will end up even with no space to store. Then they are sent to SWAPO. Now, what happened is that then he distributes the fish to schools, hospitals, and to old age, and any other people of special need. So, and then the remaining one will be, he distributes to his cabinet colleagues. Okay. Yeah. So those are some of the, and of course also hunting.
Yeah, I saw you talked about that as well.
Yes, we go hunting. Yes. And I remember one day we were in a farm, and suddenly I saw he was out on top. I was with the driver inside, and he was at the back. I just heard, shoot it, shoot it. When I look up, it was a snake, a black mamba, lying across the path, because it was in the bush. And before we could see anything, that snake just vanished. Now, I did not know whether the snake went behind the car or it went, because it was like a lightning flash. Yeah. So I was a bit scared. I said, maybe the snake is there to bite the founding. But apparently it went on the other way. Okay. So, and in the same again, when we hunt, he comes and again distribute the meat. I remember one day, the meat was given to, I think he gave to late Moshiange. And then whoever got instruction put the ribs instead of the leg. So I saw late Moshi. By that time he didn't know my name. Yeah. So then he came, you may know, your name is Tameni. Yeah. No, meaning that I was giving the leg, not the rib.
Not the ribs.
Go and take those and put what I was given. So I think that is really to speak to the how the founding operated. As I was saying that the office and his philosophy, all of us, we have to adapt to it. If we have to help him. So we have to know who are his friends, who are the people that are likely to come to him, and all those we have to factor them in order to help him appropriately.
Okay. Now, of course, Ambassador, you were at the forefront, and you had an opportunity to witness President Nuyoma's dedication and passion at first hand. If and specifically, perhaps maybe more so talking about the issue of this international relations aspect when people are talking about non-alignment movement. Why was this crucial for Namibia?
Well, non-alignment, it was crucial, and it was something really he felt deeply because he was at the founding of the non-alignment movement in Belgrade. And why it is significant is that it offered opportunity to all countries that are I hate the word third world country, but the developing countries, to solidify their unity and able to engage in the international affairs, to put their effort together. Because in the international relations, it is a matter of interest. It's driven by interest. And the interests of being countries, they protect their interest to the detrimental effect or impact of the smaller countries. So therefore, they have to form a unified bloc so that they push their effort together. So as also the South-South cooperation, that we have to exchange among ourselves our developmental aspirations and the technology transfer between ourselves. All those are things that he felt deeply. And also, if you look at the Namibian diplomacy, he was the architect of the solidarity with the people that are yearning to exercise their inalienable right to self-determination. Every time we go to the General Assembly of the United Nations, you expect that statement to have the condemnation of the Cuban embargo, the situation of Palestine, and Sahrawi, Arab Democratic Republic. So those who became a core to our foreign policy. But of course, he also championed economic development for Namibia. As many speakers have spoken to, the Trans-Caprivi Highway to enable good to be ferried, Trans-Caprivi and Trans-Kalahari. Those are the infrastructure to enable the free movement of goods. But of course, there are
quite many.
So that,
indeed. Now, let's talk about perhaps maybe if you had an opportunity during all this time when you worked for the founding and you were setting up this office. Was there ever an opportunity where perhaps he shared his innermost thoughts and perhaps possibly his dreams for Namibia? Where would he like to see Namibia in 100 years and possibly even when he's not around?
I think he has articulated that the vision to 2030. He wanted Namibia to be industrialized and developed on par with developed countries. And for us to reach there, he believed that we need to educate the young populations. And I remember there was a time he came up with something like a national endowment for science and mathematics to give scholarship to the students that are excelling in science and mathematics. Because he believed that the science, if you have scientific knowledge, you'll be able to discover, because he often, as we flew over the mountain in a helicopter, he always say, in those mountains, we do not know what it is. So we need to educate our people to discover what are those rocks are. Because there might be some resources that have not been discovered.
Correct.
So he really believed that the country must be developed.
Could that perhaps maybe explain his love that ended up him studying a master's in geology?
Yes, exactly. Exactly. It was one of those to study geology. But he explained, of course, that by that time I have already gone into the diplomatic service. But of course we spoke from time to time. And he told me that he was studying primarily to motivate and encourage the young people to go toward to study those subjects. So I think it's really a matter of dedication. It's a principle and the belief that we have this country and we have to develop it ourselves. He believed in self-reliance.
Okay. Ambassador, we do apologize. We'll continue our conversation shortly, but we are crossing over to our colleagues, that is Vanessa as well as Ndishisha Mfungu, who are on the ground to give us an update as to how things are looking, possibly at the Rundu Sports Stadium. Ndishisha and Vanessa, a very good morning to you too, and it's over to you and the team in Rundu.
So a very good morning, Namibia, and welcome to this, of course, broadcast. We're coming to you from the Rundu Sports Stadium, the official host venue that is for the Kavango East Memorial Service. My name is Ndishisha Mfungu.
Good morning, Namibia. We are at the Rundu Sports Stadium, as you have alluded to, Ndishishi, yes. And we are expecting the remains of the late founding president, Dr. Sam Nujoma. Yeah. That's right.
Also, having just left Eenhana en route to, that is the Ondangwa Airport, and Dimba Twevo Airport, pardon me, of course, will be airlifted to Rundu through the Grootfontein Air Base. But Vanessa, of course, just perhaps you can take us through, I think Lot also in studio, of course, touched on some of those routes and where they'll be passing through, yeah?
Definitely. We were informed that they have slightly delayed, yeah. And they are en route now to Eenhana to Oshaango, pardon me, yes. As well as now from Oshaango they will Oshaango Junction, yes, and that from the Oshaango Junction that will then they will then proceed to Onipa. Also, from Onipa they will proceed to Onthindi, yes, and people obviously who are in that area can now stand along the road and pay their last respect. Absolutely. So that's through waving or salute or bow to that. So from Onthindi, they will also go to Oluno. Lord also alluded to this, and Oluno to Antimba Yatrevo Airport. Yeah.
We are expecting at this point in time for the arrival of the remains, roughly perhaps noon, I think, due to the slight delay. Yeah. I think that is expected. Perhaps with the procession as well, we might see further delay, but we call on the public to please remain calm. In the meantime, as you can see, of course, things are well underway as far as preparations are concerned. Here at the Rundu Sports Stadium, the colleagues are hard out basically of the memorial service here at the Rundu Sports Stadium. Right now, that would be the VIP area. Vanessa, yes?
As well as the main tent where well, they are just setting up the last final touches of how before the remains arrive here at the sports stadium. But everything looks in order and on track, as the head of protocol alluded to yesterday, that they have everything is under control. But the only thing that could hinder is the weather. Yes. For today.
Vanessa, I'm glad you're raising that. I think it's been a big concern for us since arriving here. Of course, we are not saying no to the rain, but unfortunately for today, we'd really appreciate it. However, the weather forecast, of course, shows that we are expecting rain. There's a 55% chance of rain today, so we are likely to see, of course, some showers here. But as you can see, the colleagues have, of course, put several measures in place to ensure that the rain does not hinder today's memorial service. Much of the tents have been provided, shade in the case that and in this case, of course, for rain, you could see tents all over for the public as well, etc., to ensure that everybody is, of course, covered. Vanessa, I think another key aspect is, of course, the procession route. Once the remains arrive here at the Rundu Airport, they will, of course, make their way onto the B8 road. That is the main highway leading to, that is the Katima Mulilo, Zambezi region, etc.
That's right.
Yeah. Yeah. Just quickly run through those procession routes. Yes.
Yeah. So when they arrive at the Rundu Airport, they will go to John Motora Street. That's here in Rundu. Also from John Motora Street, then they will proceed to Sam Nujoma Street. Yeah. So from Sam Nujoma Street, they will go along the road to Eugene Kakuru. Yeah. Kakuru Street. Yes. And obviously the great hero also, Sitentu Pasi Street. Yes. all the way to UNAM. This is also another figure who also participated in the liberation struggle in Namibia. Yeah.
So from Setentum Passi, we are expecting the procession to, of course, proceed. That is to UNAM Road. From UNAM Road, they will be going back. That is to the B8 Road. Of course, just circling back and coming around once again, entering, that is, the town of Rundu, and arriving here at the Rundu Sports Stadium. We have, of course, a program lined up for today's memorial service as well. That program is, of course, taking place under the theme Celebrating a Revolutionary, Honoring an African Icon. The proceedings, of course, will be led today by, that is, Patrick Haira, as well as Christine Shilima, who's the Kavango East Education Director. Of course, we are expecting the public to arrive as of 12 o'clock, but perhaps even earlier due to the excitement, of course, around, saying and bidding farewell to founding president, that's Dr. Sam Shafishuna.
We were also expecting the arrival of the veterans for the liberation struggle here at the stadium, as well as the service chief mourners to also grace us with their presence here at the stadium. Cabinet ministers, also the Dr. Albert.
Children will also be, of course, followed closely after that.
And also Dr. Albert Kawana, the Minister of Home Affairs, will also grace us with his presence.
Very much. Well, that's why I was expecting the program to officially kick off after that with, of course, the National and African Union anthems, whereas afterwards we are expecting remarks by, that is, the first citizen of the Kavango East region, Bonifacius Wakodumo, that's the governor of the region. Furthermore, of course, we are expecting, that is, a hymn by the Elsin Church congregation. They will be here as well as a devotion and prayer. This is how Congo from, that is, the Elsin Ndara Nkarampamwe, pardon me, congregation.
And the Namibian Defense Force military band,
the brass band,
brass band will also be here to make sure that they give us those beautiful songs to help us mourn during this
Very much
time.
indeed. Of course, the Veterans Association in the Kavango East will also be present for forming part of today's program. We are expecting messages on behalf of the family. We are expecting messages on behalf of Professor Joseph Disho. Of course, Professor Joseph Disho would have a rich account, of Sam Nujoma and, of course, his contributions to the liberation of his country. Furthermore, we're also expecting messages by Hompa Alphonse Kaundu, of course, of the Mbuza Traditional Authority. We're expecting, that is, Hompa Sophia Kanyetu from the Shambu Parliament Traditional Authority, performances by the NDF military band, as Vanessa has indicated, and, of course, messages there from the SWAPO party regional coordinators. We're expecting messages from, that is, the Minister of Home Affairs, Immigration, Safety and Security, as well as, of course, that's Dr. Albert Kawana. He will be representing the chief mourner. The chief mourner being, of course, President Ngolo Mbumba. We saw in Eenhana yesterday, of course, Prime Minister Sarah Ohangwena Madila representing President Mbumba there. In Tunda, of course, it was the Vice President and President-elect, Tumbona Ndindaitwa, and Dr. Albert Kawana will, of course, be representing the President here. That is being the chief mourner.
And also closer to the end, we will expect the Dilemani group to give us the vote of thanks, and perhaps maybe we would also hear one of their hymns, songs for the memorial.
Very much. So you can see the setups is continuing right here at the Rundu Sports Stadium. Final touches to what is going to be the Kavango East Memorial Service, but also, of course, catering to the surrounding regions, such as the Kavango West. Of course, just a stone throw away. If I'm not mistaken, Kurenkuru, just around plus minus 200 kilometers from here. We can expect, of course, a lot of residents from the Kavango West region, as well as surrounding areas to, of course, form part of today's proceedings here.
And Dishishi, I think we will definitely expect a lot of people, just as you alluded to right there. The people that we spoke to yesterday in the street, they say they are ready to come pay homage to the leader, an iconic and a pioneering leader for the Namibian nation. And it's they say that he is the father to to many who were fatherless, and his name will never be forgotten for the future generation to come.
Very much indeed. Let's just talking about, people's memories, people's recollections of the founding president. And I'd like to ask, a lot of my colleagues as well, Nicole, etc., my co-presenters, of course, their fondest memories as well. When you hear the name Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma, what comes to mind? Forming part of important occasion as well as a journalist, fairly young journalist in your career, of course. What does this moment represent to you?
I think when you hear his name, or when I hear his name, it takes me back to the 3 books. It's and if I listen to the contribution or the tributes that we've made through via the international community, also the people here. It affirms that it confirms rather that what he did for this country is just way beyond than what we are. When we are experiencing this freedom because of the things that they have gone through, the struggle that they have faced during that time. So really, we are happy. I am happy to have at least met him, shook his hand, and also met him. When I met him, before you met him, you would think, you have this perception of, is he somebody you would expect to be afraid of? You understand? So, but then when you meet him, he's like, no, I'm an ordinary guy. Just give me a hug, and that's what he did to me. And I was like, oh, really? Am I really touching this person? So humble as ever. Humble as ever, friendly, always greeting you with a smile and with a warm heart and stuff like that.
I think that smile will always be remembered, of course, a very warm, welcoming smile of that is the founding president, Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma. We are here at the Rundu Sports Stadium lot. We will be bringing you updates as they unravel. Of course, we'll be sitting down with regional representatives as the day progresses, speaking to some of the people present here at this all-important, that is Kavango East Memorial Service taking place at the Rundu Sports Stadium.
Also stay tuned to to the NBC social media platforms, that's TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, as we will bring you all the updates in the proceedings as they happen right here.
Very much. All of us here will be back in a bit. Of course, back to studio for now.
Thank you very much to Vanessa as well as Ndishishi. They're coming to us live at the Rundu Sports Stadium that's in the Kavango East region, indicating they're also inviting even the inhabitants of Kavango West. We know that this 3rd regional memorial service is dedicated to both specifically to the Kavango East as well as the Kavango West region. Nkurankuru is approximately 130 kilometers away from Rundu. So we're urging all those that are in Nkurankuru and the broader areas of Kavango West to ensure that they make their way to the Rundu Sports Stadium where they can be able to participate in this 3rd regional memorial. They're also highlighting that Dr. Albert Kawana, the Minister of Safety and Immigration, has been designated as the representative of the chief mourner within this memorial, the 3rd regional memorial. Then Ndishishi highlighting also the fact that at the Tunda, it was the Vice President of the Republic of Namibia and President-elect, Dr. Netumbo Ndaitwah. Yesterday we saw Right Honorable Prime Minister Dr. Sarah Kuongera Madira being the representative of the chief mourner, and today it will be Dr. Albert Kawana. So also indicating that do stay tuned to our various social media platforms so you can keep updated with the latest happening. We know that the procession right now in terms of the military convoy has commenced leaving in Eenhana. We hope to update you as it keeps moving towards that route. We know the route that is being taken is the one from Eenhana that goes all the way through Oshaango, Onipa, and eventually end up, that's it, at the Ondangwa Airport, again presenting an opportunity to the inhabitants of the 3 regions that didn't have an opportunity to attend the 2nd regional memorial that took place yesterday. Since Eenhana is in Ohangwena, and we do know that, for instance, if you look at an area like Onipa, that's within the Oshkoto region, and then Ondangwa urban area, that's part of the Oshana region, again, there's an opportunity for those that didn't get an opportunity to say goodbye, to ensure that we bid farewell to this liberation icon and the last standing icon in SADC definitively. Now, Ambassador, we were talking about some of these experiences that you have had with the founding, and you emphasized that he was always about education. We saw also Nanso when they were giving their tribute, which was dedicated to the youth. They talked about the fact that he led the work because of his foresight, that we eventually have NASFAF today that has served, that on an annual basis almost gets allocation of $2 billion, ensuring that many Namibians continue to get educated.
Yes, I think founding President Sam Nujoma was a man of principle. And one of philosophical belief is women empowerment. And it did not begin at independence. Even in exile, his philosophy of women empowerment was there. And of course, when the office was created, there was a department of women affairs headed by now Reverend Maria Kapere, with Dr. Nashirongo Shibute, Dr. Dahafa Ngifindaka, Miss Eva Van Niels, and there was also another lady, Magdalena Marenga, and I think the wife of the late Lobuski was also among those who were in that office. It was this beginning to implement his vision or his principle on women empowerment. And the S, God has given him to see the election of the first women president, a principle he championed right before independence.
And we know that the vice president also alluded during the first regional memorial at the Tunda, indicating that she had spoken to the founding and had encouraged her to run to retain the vice presidency of the party, which eventually, for the SWAPO party, which eventually led her to being their presidential candidate and being now the president-elect. We know also that in passing, I think they had mentioned that she, during the liberation struggle, she had also served as a chief representative, I believe, to Tanzania. So again, this empowerment that you're talking about was obviously gone before independence, and it's not new. It's not new. So maybe perhaps talking about his unwavering determination and resilience that inspired you on a level, if you could pick out one, what would it be?
Well, I think it's in many fronts.
Many fronts.
Patriotism is one of them. Dedication to work in a way that we have to study him, because he can tell you, let's go. Or maybe, especially if I was not part to, then he say, oh, we are going to the farm. But then I'm wearing a suit. So I started to say, okay, I will have a pair of jeans in my office and a pair of suit in my office. So that when he say, we are going to a farm, I'll say, okay, Mr. President. And then he say, okay, I'll give you 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Then in 5 minutes, I'm back. Yeah. Then he say, oh, you are back already? Yes. Not knowing that I just went to the office and changed. So it's also to learn his way of doing so that you can be equal to that, not left behind. And he was very particularly, when it comes to time management, he was always, he doesn't like to waste time. And even his watch, he put it 5 minutes ahead. So that he does not afford to be late. So when he tells you, we are going where, make sure that you are on time. Because if you are left behind, of course, you are going to be lectured. And of course, he doesn't like lazy people. He always like people prepare. So because of that preparedness, it instills a sense of responsibility in us. Not only me, in all of us who are working with him.
Okay. No, Ambassador, in terms of this leadership that the founding has displayed over the number of years, and specifically maybe perhaps, touching on his journey of unwavering, and specifically, I learned for the first time personally in terms of details when you were speaking, and Mr. John Nauta, who was also senior special assistant to the founding president, who alluded to that you were one of the earlier first editors where others wavered.
Yes. We started writing he write and I dictate, and at times we move, especially on
Ambassador, I'm sorry to cut you short. We are now crossing over to Tonateni Haimbodi, who is at Oshaango village, where she's waiting for the remains that are part of the military convoy in the procession of carrying the remains of the founding president and father of the Namibian nation, Dr. Sam Savishuna Nujoma. Tonateni Haimbodi, good morning, and it's over to you. And how is the situation looking there in Oshaango village?
We are coming to you live from Oshaango village in the Ohangwena region. Here we are waiting for the remains of founding president Sam Nujoma to arrive from Eenhana, where a memorial service had just ended last night. It will indeed be the last region where the remains will then move into another region, which is Osikoto. It will make its routes from Oshaango, that is in Ohangwena, and then it will go to Oshigambo junction to Onipa, from Onipa to Onethindi, from Onethindi to Oluno, Oluno to Andiba Toivo ya Toivo Airport. From Andiba Toivo ya Toivo, the remains will be airlifted to Rundu via Grootfontein Air Base. Indeed, people came here as early as possible to pay tribute to a gallant son of the Namibian soil, Dr. Sam Nujoma, who went into exile from an early age to liberate Namibia from the yoke of colonialism. Now that we are independent and enjoying the peace and stability that is prevailing in this country, what else can we ask for than only to pay the last respect to this giant, Sam Nujoma? Indeed, people are here in number. We are just waiting. We were informed that the remain had already left Eenhana, making its way here at Oshaango. It's still in the Ohangwena region. Then it enters Oshikoto region for people there again to pay their last respect. Indeed, we'll keep you informed. Just stay tuned. We will be informing you what is going to happen when the remains get here. It's back to you in studio.
Thank you so much, Tonateni Haimbodi there at Oshaango village. As you can see in the background, there are some local residents who are also waiting to pay their respect to the remains of the founding president that are being carried on an RG-32 army vehicle that was a gun carrier as well. They are accompanying the remains of the founding president. As she also alluded, is the fact that the remains have left in terms of the procession on Eenhana and they are away to Oshaango, which will be the last area within the Ohangwena region. And then from Oshaango to Oshigambo junction, we would be moving into, that's the Oshikoto region, slowly but surely, making sure that we will be in time, ideally for 9 o'clock, when we have an opportunity to have the remains airlifted to Rundu via, that's a Grootfontein army base. Now, Ambassador, before we crossed over to Tonateni, we were talking about the fact that you were one of the first people to pen the thoughts and the concepts around where others wavered. Many of us didn't know that.
Oh, it's in the, he acknowledged it in the, in the acknowledgement page. Mm-hmm. Yes, you know that trick of putting a suit in a jean in the office. Mm-hmm. He believed that I was just nearby. Mm-hmm. So sometimes, depending on the the time he wake up, it could be 3 o'clock. Mm-hmm. Now you say, "Oh, come, let's right away. It is fresh." Yeah. Now I have to walk from my flat, which is it was Friedhof. It's almost in the beginning of Eros. Yeah. Walk in the middle of the night. Mm-hmm. You know, sometimes you are afraid to be attacked, but of course, because you are called, it's a call that you cannot refuse. I didn't have a card by that time. Yeah. So I walk on foot, and I come. And when I come, they say, but you took long. Yeah. Because the other time, I just go to the office, change, then go back. But now when I'm called, because I had to walk from home, it takes me almost like 20 or so minutes. So we write, we start writing, he dictates, I write. Then when it is about maybe getting to 5 there, then we go and exercise in the garden. Then of course we have breakfast, then he said, okay, you can then go and shower and we go and start the work now, the government work.
The government work.
Yeah, so I will also just disappear to my office. Or I go to the guest room, I shower and take one of the suit and come back to the office.
Come back to the office.
Yeah, so I think that those were, but when we started with this book, when he was, the introduction, I was wondering, are we writing a cultural book or is it a biography? But I didn't know that he wanted to first come with the idea from cultural background before he could then start with a biography. So it was fascinating, and I didn't even feel tired in listening because it was a fascinating story. Even when he escaped through Botswana and up to, he said at one point he was in a train, he was pretending to be a teacher, and his name was David Shipinga and all those. So I find it quite fascinating, and I was not even tired of. Sometimes, you know, you remember when you were a student, when you do something naughty, you will be sometimes disciplined to write. Yes. To write.
I will not do this over again. I will not do it again.
Maybe for
4 paragraphs or 4 pages.
So your hand will get tired.
Yeah.
But I can tell you, I was
scripting.
Yeah, but my hand never felt tired.
Yeah. I think you are doing important work, and obviously, indeed. Yes. Now, let's talk about maybe where you recall the time where President Nujoma faced an immense challenge and how he found the strength to persevere, and your experience, you know, what did you learn from that experience? And especially maybe perhaps during the earlier years of the presidency when the transition was very hard from the colonial administration to now an independent nation.
Well, there are many times, but let me pick out some that tell the type of leader he was. There was a time when UNITA harassed people in, I think, in Okavango there. They even drove the cattle into Angola. So he was very concerned. So he called the Chief of Defense Force, at that time Lieutenant General Dima Amambo, and he told him, General, I'm giving you 2 weeks to get those cattle back in Namibia. And of course, General went to his soldier. I think that time it was Danger Ashpara, who was then commanding the battalion that was in Oshakati. Within a week, those cattle were back. And the general was reporting, they have brought all, and they even brought more. Yeah, and I think that some of the moment was during the drought of 1992. Then he said, we have to go to all the regions. We flew by helicopters, and every time he sit with the farmers or with the community, and some of them, they are recounting very emotional stories. You know, sometimes community get that attachment to their livestock. And it is, sometimes it's very difficult to, some of them, they are angry, feeling that the government is not doing anything. But what he said, every time we go to the community, write, so that when we come back to Windhoek, how we're going to report to cabinet so that we find a solution to those problems. So those were moments. There were also some private moments, really. I don't think...
Ambassador, I will have to cut you short again. We are crossing back to Tonateni Haimbodi, who's at the Oshaango village. Tonateni, it's back to you once again.
Oshaango village, we can see behind us that the convoy or the procession with the remains of found Okay. We are still at Oshaango here. We can see the convoy carrying the remains of founding president fast approaching. And before it reaches here, we are talking to the communities just to give their tribute here at Oshaango village. Tate Kulio tribute to Nujoma, please, in brief. I'm holding the mic for you.
Thank you very much, NBC, for visiting us and stay with us. We are here to pay our last respect to the president, the founding president of the Republic of Namibia, Dr. Nujoma. We know we are here in the independence of Namibia because of the founding president Nujoma. Because while we were still young, we heard about the independence struggle started by few peoples, and during the course of the time, a number of people flocked to Tanzania, Zambia, Angola to fight for the independence of Namibia. We are free now, and we remember the deed of the president, the founding president, what he did for this country. He was a person who was selfless. He helped everybody and he developed the country. We are now in front of me, we are at the tar road because of him. And we are now witnessing the railway line from Windhoek to Oshaango. It's because of the president, the late President Nujoma. So we wish to pay our last tribute to him, and we want to convey our condolences to the family and the entire Namibia, including the president. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. There you can see the convoy is passing by here, carrying the remains of founding President Sam Nujoma. It's at Oshaango village, still in the Ohangwena region. It's making its way to Oshikoto region to allow the people in that region to pay their respect to a gallant son of the soil, Sam Nujoma. Sam Nujoma is indeed quiet, lying quietly while the nation is mourning, while the nation is celebrating the work this man has done for this country. There you see the convoy, the procession rather to say, carrying the remains of founding president. There it goes. People are paying their tribute. It's making its route to Oshigambo Junction to Onipa, Onipa to Onethindi, Onethindi to Oluno, Oluno to Andiba Toivo ya Toivo, and the procession will depart from Andiba Toivo ya Toivo to Rundu Airport via Grootfontein. Indeed, the nation is mourning a brave man, Sam Nujoma, the man who stood firm and said no to colonialism. We are just giving you you can still see the convoy there. It's proceeding to Ondangwa Airport, and the people are indeed paying tribute to this man, Sam Nujoma. Sam Nujoma's vision was indeed to see Namibia free from the yoke of colonialism. He wants to see the betterment and the upliftment of this country. It's for you and I now to ensure that Namibia is economically is liberated, rather economically. Indeed, the nation came in good number, and we can see that the children, the adult people from all corners of the country are here, not only people from Ohangwena. Everybody is here paying their last respect to Sam Nujoma. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Tonateni Haimbodi and the team once again at Oshaango village, ensuring that we see those visuals as Namibians are lining up across the roads. And this road is also part of his vision in terms of infrastructure that the Sam Nujoma himself led in ensuring that he wants to see an industrialized nation, especially outlined in Vision 2030. And again, he was at the forefront in terms of those national development programs, which we call NDPs, that run for a specific period of time. It's those results and the efforts that he put in that we are having a road infrastructure that can allow us to be able to say goodbye. Imagine an independent Namibia where it was not possible to travel from Loderet to all the way to Umsati, and then from Umsati all the way through Ohangwena, all the way to Kavango, and then all the way to Zambezi region. It was unthinkable, but it was now made possible in an independent Namibia, and those are some of the benefits that we are enjoying there. Also, Tonateni Haimbodi indicating that now, since it's at Oshaango village, it will be making its way to Oshigambo Junction, and then officially ensuring that it will be in the Oscodo region, also giving an opportunity from the inhabitants of the Oscodo region to say their goodbyes. Now, Ambassador, we're talking about some of the immense, situations that he faced, and we're talking about how late General Dina Amambo was given a task as well, who also at the same time tasked Danger Hashipala at the same time to ensure that cattle came back to Namibia that were taken by UNITA, and then you said, to top it up again, they brought back more cattle from UNITA than the cattle that were taken.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I think I think those examples I just wanted to demonstrate the type of decisiveness that President Nujoma and the boldness that when a situation is brought to him, he will reflect, and when he gives directive, it's a directive that enable whoever is going to implement it will implement it without difficulties, or knowing that you are given the instruction and you have to carry it out.
Let's talk about that aspect that you mentioned of decisiveness. And I know the leader of the official opposition of the current parliament, Honorable Venani, also talked about during his tenure when he entered politics and he entered National Assembly, he also saw something in Sem Nujoma, and the exact words he was said that he saw someone that was very decisive. Why is it important to be decisive? And that attribute of Sem Nujoma being decisive, how did that shape Namibia or shape Namibia in the way that he wants Namibia to be?
Yeah, because you see, what happened is that once he set his sight on something, he will not only ask you to do it, he will also lead by example. You have seen the railway, for example. He has gone there to work, volunteering himself. And at that time he was already a retired head of state. He would go there and work. And sometimes, even when he was a head of state, he used to do general cleaning. He would go there wearing overall, pick up the dirt, to give an example so that when he tells you, let us go and clean, you know that even he himself does it. And I think also some other thing is even to cultivate. He would take a hoe and cultivate himself. It shows the type of the leader he was. And even in the areas of foreign policy, you remember that when we attained independence, we had a problem with pirates stealing the water from our coast. And that is now, he came up with the idea of the maritime wing of the Namibian Defense Force, partly also to protect the territorial water of Namibia. So I think then, I remember the idea came, the president of Brazil by then was Fernando Collor de Mello. He paid a visit in September 1991. I think that's where from the official, that's where the idea generated. Then I think Collor de Mello was impeached shortly after the Rio Earth Summit. So he was impeached, and he was replaced with somebody called Itama Franco. But then I think the process slowed down. It was only revived in November 1995 when he paid a state visit. And that time, the ambassador was Fernando Henrique Cardoso. So that relations culminated into many other bilateral relations, but the significant one was the Namibian Navy.
Okay. Talking about the Namibian Navy and perhaps concentrating on the fact now that you mentioned the issue of foreign policy, is it because of Nuyoma's foresightedness that Namibia today is able to enjoy predominantly good space in the international arena, even for a small countries such as of Namibia's nature? I mean, we saw President Nangolo Mbalasi chairing the Summit of the Future at the United Nations with Germany. We also saw the fact that Namibia forms part of the Committee of 10 that's talking about trying to reform the United Nations. How is it that Nuyoma's foresightedness has allowed Namibia to continue to exist in this international arena, be able to speak out against Cuba, the sanctions against Cuba, be able to speak out against the situation in Palestine, against Western Sahara, but still be able to have cordial relationships with everybody?
No, because it's a matter of principle. Mm-hmm. If you stand by your principle, you articulate it. Mm-hmm. Mind you, he also chaired the Millennium Development Goal Summit with the President of Finland. Mm-hmm. So, if we believe that in the principle of self-determination, to him it was that it has to be articulated. You don't have to be afraid whether your friend doesn't like what you say. It is a matter you believe in, and if you believe in that principle, you have to champion it. If he believes in women empowerment, it's a matter that you have to champion. If you believe in welfare of the children, it's a matter that you have to champion. You don't have to be afraid, because when you are saying you are independent, you see, the problem we have is that we sometimes, some countries talk of independence, but they are afraid to take bold decisions. But you are compromising. Mind you, when during the struggle, he believed in a principle of standing firm without wavering. If I can quote correctly, we will say, when the history of a free and independent Namibia is written down one day, SWAPO will go down as having stood firm where others wavered. And that sacrifice where others have compromised. And that's where the title, Where Others Waver, came from. Okay. So that is the principle that he believed in. If you are championing a cause, you have to champion based on your belief, not what other things.
Championing a cause based on your beliefs. Now, you know, talking about these bilateral relations that we have with, for instance, with Brazil and the Navy, and the magnitude, you know, if you look at today, the state of the Navy, obviously, it is improving, it's acquiring ships, incidents of those that are, you know, illegally fishing in our shore are reducing, we are contributing to maritime security. We also saw that as a principal issue that we're talking about, Namibia, last year, I believed, blocked the dockage of a ship that was carrying arms bound to Israel, and the Minister of Justice obviously going to represent Namibia at The Hague. Are these some of the attributes and the fruits that we are reaping from the principles that Nujoma stood for?
When you plant a seed, it starts as small. It's a small seedling come out of the ground, and it grows into a big tree. Either those who are going to sit under the shade were not born when this tree was planted, or those who are going to reap the fruit might have not been born when the tree was planted. So it's the same. He planted a seed. And it's, if you listen very carefully to what former President Mahama said at Etunda, now he has done. What are we going to do? We need to pick up to ensure that what the work he has done or he has started is not stopped halfway. It is a challenge that all of us collectively, we have to ask ourselves when we wake up today, am I going to honor the legacy of founding President Sam Nujoma when I'm going to do the work today in the office or whatever you are doing? Or Are you just going to let it go like that? It's a challenge that we have to ask ourselves. Collectively, whether you are in the leadership, whether you are an ordinary citizen, we all have a collective duty.
Now, Ambassador, as we are running out of time and concluding our conversations this morning, if for those Namibians especially who have no recollection as they were too young, they've only learned through the history, they've never seen him speak. By the time some of them were born, he was already a retired head of state, and he was in his, obviously now a private resident, but obviously continuing to be our founding father. And we pay tribute to him in these regional memorials that we are hosting. How would you want to sum up his legacy, and how can they best contribute to enshrining, to ensure that we might have one Nujoma physically, but we can have so many other Nujomas to be able to take this country forward?
I think it's to do or to follow his exemplary leadership. Unity is the most important thing, and he has always reminded us a country without unity or a nation without unity will not be able to stand on its feet because you will be divided. And another one is dedication. We need to dedicate ourselves to the task before us, whether it's big or small. Then patriotism, to love this country, because you cannot build a country that you don't love. So you have to love the country so that whatever effort you do, it comes from the bottom of your heart, so that it remains strong, and you also guard it jealously, so that when we are gone, it passed on to the succeeding generation as a proud inheritance. Those are attributes that we need to inculcate in ourselves. If we don't do that, we will leave a shadow of a country to the succeeding generation. And of course, one thing that also founding President Sam Nujoma had is respect of the elders. I remember when we returned from exile, there were elder men and women who were with him. And he was faced by the dilemma because the public service is saying, no, these are old people, they cannot be accommodated in the public service. At to some point that he had to accommodate them in his present residence because he was at State House. I'm referring to elder men like Tatekuru Aaron Chongambere and Tatekuru Hango Kashindi and Tatekuru Matthews Hikupurwa and others. So he could not just let them be there, but he tried to say, okay, let me even accommodate them if public service cannot. So I think this is one of the things. But really, patriotism, unity, dedications, that we need to follow, and many others that he has taught us.
Okay. Well, Ambassador Shaanika, thank you very much for making time to speak to us this morning, and may we continue to honor the legacy of the founding president, Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma. As like you said, he has planted so many seeds. It is up now to us to ensure that we take those seeds forward and reap those benefits for the next generation.
No, thank you very much. And again, I repeat, please, we need to talk to some other colleagues that also work with him.
Indeed.
And I thank all those who have been following. And the legacy of founding president shine on like a blazing sun, because the sun shall never set on his extraordinary achievement.
Indeed. Legends don't die. Now, residents in the town of Onipa were up as early as 6 o'clock this morning to put their flags along the road in an hour of the late founding president as they waited for the procession to pass by from Eenhana to Antiba Toivo Airport in Ondangwa. Now we cross over to one of our colleagues who are in the field to be able to give us an update as to how it is looking.
Well, hello guys. My name is Tinashe. So here between Eenhana and Onetinti. So today I woke up really early. I think I woke up around 6 a.m. just to come and wait here and wait for the procession that is driving from Eenhana to Onethinti, then to Ondangwa Airport. So I'm here to pay homage to the late founding president of the Republic of Namibia, His Excellency, Dr. Sam Nujoma. So as you can see, I'm holding this beautiful flag here. So thanks to His Excellency, Dr. Sam Nujoma, together with a lot of other combatants, the red that you see on the flag, the blood that waters our freedom that we enjoy today. So I'm here as well just to, pass my last respects. Awesome. Thank you.
Welcome back. As you can see, Namibians are eagerly anticipating the arrival of the remains of the founding president and father of the Namibian nation, Dr. Sam Nujoma, those that are waking up as early as 6 o'clock around Onipa. Now, we have an update for you. We had been engaging you that the remains of Dr. Sam Nujoma will be airlifted from, that is, Andiba-Toivo through Grootfontein Air Base. Now, circumstances have resulted in changes. The remains will now directly be airlifted from Andiba-Toivo directly, that is, to the Rundu airport. We do apologize for those inconveniences that might be caused, however, it will be flown directly as opposed to going through Grootfontein base. Now, as we continue to engage and reflect on the journey of this significant contribution of an icon such as Dr. Sam Nujoma, we have the honor of speaking to Captain Herbert George Jackie Britz of the Buster community. Captain Britz has been actively involved in preserving the rich cultural heritage and tradition of the Buster community, with a focus on engaging the youth to ensure a vibrant future for the community. Now, his leadership is marked by a blend of respect for tradition and forward-thinking approach to modern governance. Captain now joins us on the line on the special program tribute to Dr. Sam Nujoma. Good morning, Captain, and thank you very much for making time to speak to us on this momentous occasion.
Good morning, and good morning to our fellow Namibians.
Now, Captain, could you share some personal memories or experiences that you had with the late founding president, Dr. Sam Nujoma?
Yeah. Before I answer that question, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to share with you a few words of comfort and respect to the family regarding the passing of our founding father and father of our nation. I want to assure you that the entire Rehoboth Buster community joins the nation in mourning the passing of our founding father and first President Sam Nujoma. Now, when I received the news early that morning, I sort of turned back the pages of history. I knew he was sick. I knew he was in a critical condition, but it was a shock. But I recall his visit to Rehoboth some 30-odd years ago to officially declare the house of Opakoos PVO as a heritage site. Now, Opakoos PVO was one of the first, if not the very first person, who sent a petition to the UN insisting independence from South Africa. Now, at that time, our elders reminded us that the old council members of Rehoboth during the South African rule protected our president against them and helped him to flee the country to Botswana, the previously known Botswanaland. Now, at that very same day, it was Sunday, it was Mother's Day, and by coincidence, we were at the same restaurant for lunch called Bertolini's Restaurant. Now, everybody was tense. It was the very first president of our country, and with all the security surrounding him, everybody was tense. But suddenly, a little child ran to him. He picked her up, put her on his knees, and talked to her while she was playing with his beard. The parents were very much afraid, but the two enjoyed each other's company. And at that time, my late father's words came to mind. A little child or a baby will always expose your pure or evil heart. Our president indeed loved children, and vice versa. The second one that came to my mind was, he was the very first and only president who commemorated with us the Battle of Samkubas of 1915. And during his visit to the Samkubas battleground, he reminded us of three things. Samkubas Day must be commemorated every year. He also said to us that this day is important in the history of our country. But then the third one, seeing that I was the chairman of the Samkubas committee at that time, he said to us, we focus too much on the 7th instead of the 8th of May, because on this day, we should pay homage to our fallen heroes.
You know that Sam Nuyoma's leadership, and from what you're speaking, for instance, deliberating on the fact that Samkumes Day, where the battle took place, was of significance to you, and his leadership and vision obviously has left a long-lasting legacy, as such you alluded to. Let's talk about specifically, besides the remembrance of this battle that you emphasize on, what else in terms of leadership, his leadership, did he do to impact the Basel-speaking community specifically?
Yeah, I think I'll concentrate on two things that is very, very important. Under his leadership, English was implemented as the national language of our country. And it was so significant because this opens the doors on all levels, more specifically for the youth, in order to further their studies in Namibia, outside of Namibia, more specifically South Africa, and all over the world. And that was so, so important. But then, another one that comes to mind is that he promoted his vision of one Namibia, one nation. And as such, we as the Rebel Buster community was recognized as one of the groups belonging to the Namibian family.
Now, this reflection on Namibia's journey to independence, let's talk about your thoughts, before independence and, on Sam Nuyoma's contribution to this monumental achievement of Namibia's independence.
So, personally, in hindsight, on behalf of my people, I'm deeply grateful for his unwavering dedication to our country's freedom. I was also one that experienced apartheid. And it was so good to get our freedom, and more specifically, the unity, prosperity, and peace. But I think it is time that we, as the Namibian nation, all of us, should acknowledge that he was the chosen one. His purpose was to lead the fight for our independence. He fulfilled his purpose and received God's grace for 95 years. Now, his dedication and his love for his country and so many sacrifices until his departure is commendable and worth following. Just think of it. Our president sacrificed his youth. He sacrificed his family. He sacrificed a normal life for the sake of us, the Namibian people. And in our culture, we refer to them, such a person, as a camel thorn tree that will always be remembered.
Now, looking ahead, how do you think Nuyoma's legacy will continue to shape Namibia's future, and what lessons can we draw from his life and leadership, and specifically maybe when it comes to young people that must be tasked with the responsibility of taking over the next, baton of leadership?
I think the lessons that we can learn in Namibia is that we, and more specifically the younger people, must promote peace. They must promote unity and harmony, and it must start in our homes. We must do the same in our family. We must do the same in our community, our church, and among all Namibians. And I think there's one specific thing that is very, very important. Sacrifice for what you believe in with the guidance of the Almighty. He was very, very, very fond of education. And he was the one who said, we must learn, the younger generation must learn, because they have to take over this country. But then they should remember that they must promote peace, unity, and harmony on all levels of society.
Now, preserving the Basel culture and involving the youth is crucial for the community's future. Are you able to elaborate on your efforts in this area, and how do you see cultural heritage shaping the identity of the younger generation, and remembering the words of the founding president when he talked about the battle that we are referring to earlier that should be celebrated or commemorated each and every year?
Cultural heritage, from my point of view, is the backbone of any group of people. And to preserve it for the sake of your identity is one of the most important functions of a traditional authority. However, for some decades, pre and post-independence, the on-purpose derogatory remarks towards our Buster people and unfounded negative connotations demoralize our youth to such an extent that they don't want to be associated with the name Rebel Busters. If you look at the books written by Europeans and you look at the disinformation spread about our people, then it is no wonder that our youth don't want to be associated with that. But in order to rectify it, is a painful and slow educational process, which is supposed to start at home. I can remember that our president in waiting, Vice President Ondangwa, stated at some Kubas last year that the history of the Rebel Busters should be in the history syllabus of our schools. Now, if that can happen, it will help this process immensely.
Now, let's talk about considering that Namibia's broader social and political landscape. How do you see the role of the Basel community in the coming years? You talked about, for instance, remodification of the curriculum to ensure that you are correctly represented, so that you can feel part of the Namibian house, and also echo the sentiments of the founding president when we were talking about one Namibia, one nation.
Yeah. To be very short, pre and post-independence, our people, the Rebel Buster people, prove that they can contribute immensely towards our country on all levels. And given the chance, they will serve the nation to the best of their ability, because they are part and parcel of this Namibian family.
Now, we know that the remains of His Excellency Dr. Sam Savishuna Nujoma are expected to be in Keetmanshoop, where it will give an opportunity to, that is, the inhabitants of Hardap as well as the Karas region to pay their last respect. What would be your message to members of the Basel community, even though you talked about the fact that there have been some not so good talks who are sort of secluding your community? What message would you give to them to encourage them that to be able to attend maybe this memorial so they can pay their homage and perhaps understand the relationship that the Basel community and the Sam Nujoma presidency and Sam Nujoma generally had, had some sort of connection?
You see, in our culture, when somebody dies, there's only one word that pops up. pay your respect. It's a pity that the younger generation, they don't do it. But I would like to encourage them, against the background of our culture, our heritage. Let's respect. Let's respect it. Let's promote cooperation because we are part of this country. And you know what? The vast majority of our people will remember our founding father for his sacrifices for the sake of the nation, and Reward is part of the nation. Reward is part of this nation, and his contributions towards unity, peace, and harmony is so, so important, let alone his vision of one Namibia, one nation. It is so painful when you look at the social media thing, with certain individuals with negative utterances. I think it is important to send a message to those people. Just keep quiet if you don't have anything good to say about it. By keeping quiet, that also shows respect.
Indeed, Captain Britz, thank you very much for making time to speak to us, and we hope that members of the Bastard community must be reassured, as Sem Nujoma has indicated, that they are part of Namibia, they are part of the Namibian House, they form part of the people of Namibia, and we hope to ensure that to see them that they also attend, that is the memorial, the regional memorial that will be hosted in Keetmanshoop, and that they will come out in numbers and definitively pay their homage to this liberation icon, this gallant son of the soil of Namibia. Thank you very much for making time to speak to us this morning.
Yeah, thank you once again. And just 2 sentences from my side, more specifically for the family. May our founding father's soul rest in peace. We feel your pain, and you are always in our prayers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Captain. Now, that was Captain Britz, that is the Captain Britz of Captain Herbert George Jackie Britz of the Bastard community, talking to us about the interaction that they had with the late founding president, Dr. Sam Savishuna Nujoma, the recognition of their history and the contributions, such as the Sankume's Battle of 1915, who he emphasized the importance of it and his contribution to Namibian history, again showing the kind of leader that the founding president was, that he touched all corners of this country, irrespective of where we come from, irrespective of our tribal affiliations. He made it a point to ensure that we all are part of the Namibian House. Captain also there indicating that, you know, the issues of unity are very crucial. Again, these are the sentiments that were shared by Ambassador Shaanika, who talked about unity of purpose, and also indicating and remembering that when there is no unity and respect among the ranks and file of a nation, that nation will not be able to succeed. Talked about the issue of determination again, talked about the issue of patriotism, you know, requiring that all Namibians should be patriotic towards their country, jealously guard this independence that we have had, and be always fight for those principles that you believed in. And also, Captain, again, adding on to the ambassador, was saying that Sam Nujoma fulfilled his purpose, and that indeed it is up to us now to ensure that we take on the next battle, to ensure that Namibia continues to be free and to liberate its people economically. Now, the children of the liberation struggle also paid their tributes to their founding president. Now, let's take a look at the following insert.
Good morning, Namibia. My name is Comrade Maitako Maria, a children of liberation struggle, Meneka member. To all Namibian children of liberation struggle, today we are here reading the part of our founding president. He was not just a father or a leader, but a father for all the Namibian children born in exile. To us, what he has given us, his service, was a pillar of our hope. Therefore, bidding a foul party to our father, we are saying we are holding on and holding hard onto whatever he has left us. his love, his peace, his care, his courage has brought us to a foundation of carrying it with it. Therefore, to all the liberation struggle children, take hearts, have hope, and carry and hold on to whatever it was left to you by our father, our founding president, a revolutionary, a leader of whom he is a good example and our role model. And therefore, we wish him and his soul to rest in him eternal glory. Thank you.
Good morning, Namibia. Speaking here is Eunice Nikemba, Regional Coordinator for NECA in Ohangwena region. I just want to give a message on behalf of Ohangwena region to the children of born in exile. To us, the children of born in exile, the orphan, the son and daughter of Prince Soldier, he was more than a leader. He was the father. We found in the dust of Kwanyasubu, Nyango, Daratandu, the voice that replaced the lullabies our biological parent could not sing. Dr. Sem Nujoma was not just a founding father, he was the father of the children of liberation struggle. Lovingly referred as Unonavasema. Go well, Tatekulu, we love you. Go well, father of the Namibian nation. Thank you.
Welcome back. Now, as we said that today, the regional memorial is expected to take place. That is in Rundu, specifically at the Rundu Sports Stadium in Rundu Urban Constituency. We now have an insert that is where the Minister of MICT, Emma Theophilus, shares more light on today's logistics in relation to the ongoing regional memorial for the founding President, Dr. Sem Savishuna Nujoma. Now, let's take a look, and let's all remember that The remains of Dr. Sem Savishuna Nujoma will be airlifted from Andiba-Toivo Airport straight to Rundu and no longer through the Grootfontein air base as earlier indicated. So it will be flown directly from Andiba-Toivo to Rundu Airport, just in case that the minister again emphasizes the fact that the old route that is being used. Now let's take a look.
Fellow Namibians, dear mourners, it is once again my honor to give a briefing on the funeral arrangements of our founding president and father of the Namibian nation, His Excellency President Dr. Sem Shafishuna Nujoma, who departed this earth on the 8th of February 2025. We've concluded another memorial service held in Eenhana in the Ohangwena region. From the 22nd of February 2025, this will be the following for the memorial service to be held in the Kavango East region in the town of Rundu. From Eenhana Sports Stadium, where the memorial service took place and where the body laid in state, the military route procession will proceed to Oshaango, then to Oshigambo. From Oshigambo, the procession will proceed to Onipa, and then from Onipa to Oluno, where it will then proceed to the Andimba-Toivo Airport in Ondangwa. It is expected then that the remains of His Excellency the President, Dr. Sem Nujoma, will be expected to depart to Rundu by air at 10:30 a.m. Procession will arrive at the Rundu Airport and move through the following routes. From 11 a.m., the remains are expected to move from Rundu Airport to John Motorwa Street. Thereafter, proceed from John Motorwa Street to Sem Nujoma Street. From Sem Nujoma Street to Eugene Kakukuru Street. From Eugene Kakukuru Street to Sitentu Pasi Street. From the Sitentu Pasi Street to the Unam Road, and then from the Unam Road to the B1 Road. On the B1 Road, which is the road between Rundu and Divundu Main Road, the final leg will then proceed to the Rundu Sports Stadium, where the official memorial service of His Excellency the President Dr. Sem Shafishuna Nujoma will happen at the Rundu Sports Ground. We once again call upon the nation to comply with the directives from the security cluster as the procession moves along these routes, and would like to thank and appreciate the cooperation of the Namibian public so far as the procession makes its way across the country. You are all again once invited to show some salutation or wave or even sing as the procession makes its way along these routes. Would also like to indicate that at the official memorial service at the Rundu Sports Ground, His Excellency the President, Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, Chief Mourner, will be represented by the Honorable Albert Kawana. The body will lie in state at the Rundu Sports Ground, and any citizens who wish to view the body of our late beloved founding president may do so. May the soul of His Excellency Dr. Sem Nujoma rest in eternal power.
Now, welcome back as we continue with our special tribute that in memory of Dr. Sam Safishuna Nujoma, founding president and father of the Namibian nation, who passed on the 8th of February 2025 at the age of 95. Now, as these programs are an attribution to in relation of his memory. If you're seeing the visuals, we're seeing the airplane, of course, that is the one that carried the remains, that is from Windhoek, from the Hosea Kutako International Airport, all the way to Andiba Atoivo Airport. Now, this is the same plane, obviously, at the same time that will be carrying those remains from Andiba Atoivo Airport today, sometime, hopefully after 9, when the remains reach the airport, straight to Rundu. This is an update to indicate that, as we had earlier communicated, that the remains were to be transported through Grootfontein Air Base. Now, that is no longer the case, and the remains will be flown directly, that is, to the Rundu Airport in Kavango East, where then the procession will take place through some form of streets and then eventually make its way to the stadium before the regional memorial obviously commences. Now, that airplane was first commissioned, that is by Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, Commander-in-Chief of the Namibian Defence Force, in December last year, 2024. And then his first mission was so befitting that it carried the remains of the first Commander-in-Chief of the Namibian Defence Force and father of the Namibian nation and the founding president, that is Dr. Sam Nujoma. What a befitting way indeed to honor his legacy, also considering that he was also the one who commissioned, that is the Air Force, that is part of the Namibian Defence Force. Now, we know that the remains so far have already left Eenhana. The remains have passed through Oshaango, and the remains are making their way to Oshikambo. Pardon me, I'm being updated and informed that the remains have passed Oshikambo. We're now getting to cross over to Martha Nilonga, who is in Oshikambo. She spoke to the Minister of International Relations and Cooperation, Dr. Pea Mushelenga, who is also the headman in that region and in that area, pardon me, just to give us an update. Maria, it's over to you.
Then you just can't get it right. Good morning. I am Martha Nilonga, and I'm currently at the junction of the Oshikambo Eenhana Road, and behind me are learners from the Oshikambo High School. Talking to us this morning is the head girl of the school. And how are you? And welcome.
A blessed morning to everyone. My name is Sarah Jane Thomas, and I'm the SRC president of Oshikambo High School.
Sarah Jane, can you please share with us what you have learned throughout the years on the legacy of the
Ever since I was young, I've learned that Dr. Sam Nujoma, he was a very strong person. His good leadership skills indeed took our country to higher heights. I've also learned that he's a very humble and happy person who is very considerate in every single decision that he made. Something that I can never forget is that he really did fight a good fight because he led our country to independence, and for that we'll forever be grateful to him.
Right. Given the chance to be with him in one room today, what would you say to him?
If I was to be put in the room with him, I would definitely ask him where he got the courage to do what he did. I would ask him how he managed or how he thought about everything or the plan he had made so that he can lead the country to independence. I'll ask him where he got the confidence to be able to approach so many people that time of apartheid whereby black people were even inferior. I would ask him how did he get that motivation or the vision to lead this country to independence.
All right, thank you so much. Who are we having here?
My name is Petres Kambode. I'm a fellow student of Oshaango High School.
Petres, given the chance to be in the same room with late today, what would you say to him or ask him?
I would thank our founding father for the bravery that he has done during the war, because without him, although he did not do it alone, he was one of the main causes why our country is having its independence today, and people are able to have their freedom of choice throughout the whole of Namibia.
All right. Please, your name?
My name is Ohangwena.
Okay. What would you say to him?
Honestly, I would thank the founding father for fighting for our country, leading it to independence, and also I would also ask him
Okay. Yes, who do we have here?
Here you have Ovambo Shilongo.
Ovambo, given the chance to be in the same room with the late founding father, what would you say to him?
If I was to be put in a room with the president, I would express my appreciation for him fighting for our country, listening to our people, and being a great leader. I would thank him for all that he has done for Namibia.
All right. Thank you so much. Those were the words from the learners of the Oshaango High School here in Oshaango, Oshkoto region.
You see, taking off a hat is a sign of respect. Someone you respect, whether alive or dead. As you know, I took off my hat as the procession passed here. It is a sign of respect in our culture and tradition. As you know, I'm here at my traditional area. You know, I'm a traditional councillor from this area. I just came to join my community in order to pay our respect. And I have to take off the hat as the founding president is passing by.
Now, that was Martha Nilongo, pardon me, earlier I said Maria, that is indeed Martha Nilongo, who was at Oshaango, speaking to learners from Oshaango High School, as well as Dr. Pea Mushelenga, Minister of International Relations and Cooperation and headman within that same area. We are now linking, that is Ndapanda Shuya, who is at the Andiba Toivo Airport, with Commissioner Zakaria Lungameni, the Police Regional Commissioner for the Oshana region. Ndapanda, it's over to you once again.
Good morning, Lot, and good morning to our viewers at home. We are now finding ourselves at the Andiba Toivo here in Ondangwa in the Oshana region, where we are awaiting the arrival of the procession that is carrying or escorting the remains of the late founding president to the airport, where thereafter he will be airlifted to the Rundu airport for the memorial service that is set for later on in the day. I'm now joined this morning by the Oshana Police Regional Commander, Commissioner Zakaria, to just tell us about the proceedings in the past 2 days here in northern Namibia, as Namibians paid tribute to the late founding president. Commissioner, thank you so much for joining us. Tell us what were the main highlights of the 2 days memorial services, one in Netunda in the Umsati region and one at the Eenhana Sports Complex in the Ohangwena region.
Good morning, Ndapanda, and good morning to your listeners. Yes, as you put it, it was the region and the surrounding regions were a hive of activities, and the progression started off well from the airport since the arrival. And first of all, we must appreciate the manner in which the people of the region conducted themselves throughout the journey, especially the motorists, how they have afforded the opportunity for the convoy with the casket to proceed smoothly. Even though there were some delays here and there, the public stood firm to make sure that they bid farewell to the founding father. You would have seen the number of people who came, stood alongside the road, and I thought that was really a highlight, that from Ondangwa up to as you exit Oshakati, there were people standing alongside the road, some for hours. And I thought that is an indication really how people were fond of the founding father and how loved he was.
Indeed, a high influx that we've witnessed over the past 2 days across the regions. Tell me, were there any casualties reported, and in terms of behavior of the people, both the motorists and the pedestrians that were lined up alongside those roads?
We really would like to thank God, and that we do not have any report emanating from these activities with regard to injuries or anything that's related to convoys or use of the roads. So there was nothing of sort. Everything was peaceful, and the convoy was able to proceed easily up to their destination.
As a police regional commander, I'm sure you also have your ground forces there, your members. Tell me, Commissioner, in terms of the opportunity accorded by government, what did it mean to the people that you have spoken to so far?
Yeah, we were on the ground, including myself, of course, and you could see how people would say, look, we're just going to stand here and wait until we see, because some of them say memorial services are going to be held, but it is very important for them to have that a grasp of the motorgate and just to see the casket carrying the founding father. So the public was very in a very good mood, just trying to reflect the work of the founding father.
Commissioner, as we are about to receive the remains of the late founding president, I can hear the sirens outside the airport. What were the highlights for you in terms of the life that our late...
The thing about 2 years ago, to visit him when he was at the State House in Oshakati, I spent almost a day with him, and I was very lucky as a person to have really first-hand wisdom, so to say, from him, and it was totally a blessing to have this kind of one-on-one discussion for quite a long time with him, the day I spent with him. So the rest, it's self-explanatory really as far as his work is concerned, as pioneers. When we were in the police force, he was always inspiration in terms of leadership.
Now tomorrow the Eenhana region, where you belong to, is also hosting its regional memorial service. Of course, Tatekulu's remains will not be there. Tell us about that. Is there anything, any drill performances by the police that are in store for the public tomorrow?
Yeah, no, we made some of course, as you have said, and I just said to say that we are all set, and the Namibian police force will always, always be there. We have already put up an operational order for the event, just to make sure that the people that are coming are well received and the safety and security is in order.
Finally, as most of us been today and tomorrow with Oshikoto being morning or this afternoon rather from 12 o'clock, and then lastly the Oshana region to round off the 4 northern regions regional memorial services. But we do understand that still at Etunda people will be visiting. Perhaps what is your message to Namibians to still go to Etunda at the late founding president's parents' homestead to just continue paying their tributes?
Yeah, if that is the message from the protocols that people are still welcome to go there and to meet with the family and console the family. I think that is a normal tradition, especially in the bereaved family, and then that's people, if they have that opportunity, they should. Otherwise, from our side, any matter that is related to security, we should be informed and we should be able to attend to it.
Commissioner, it's always a pleasure speaking to you. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
That was the
to Ndapanda for that coverage, coming to us live from the tarmac there at the Andiba Atoivo Airport, speaking to the Regional Police Commissioner Sakaria Lungameni, saying that, they didn't experience any incidents of disruption in terms of this military convoy, and they're hoping that it continues to be the same. As we can see there, the procession, the military procession there is making its route on its way to the airport. We understand that they have left on a Thindi. They had arrived on the Thindi a few minutes ago, but they've left on the Thindi. The next step is now obviously going towards the Andiba Atoivo Airport, where we are expecting the remains to arrive. Once they have arrived, again, there will be obviously a silent guard in terms of the transition of the remains into the plane, and then those remains will be airlifted, that is to Rundu, and will no longer be going through, that is Grootfontein Air Base once again. It is important to know that update, that the remains will go directly, that is to the Rundu Airport. We also understand that in terms of the arrangements at the Rundu Airport, is that the Rundu Airport today is only envisioned to receive the remains of the planes carrying the remains of the founding president. So we anticipate for them to arrive. That's at the Andiba Atoivo Airport until we can get more details. We are reminded that the flight that will be carrying the remains of that is Dr. Sem Savishuna Nujoma, as you can then see there in the background, is registered. That is NAF 1962. That is the stand for the Namibian Air Force. And 1962 represents the year of the current birth of the chief of the Namibian Defence Force, who was first in charge of the Namibian Air Force when it was established. Some background that we can also share with you with regards to the aircraft as received last year by President Angolo Mumba when he commissioned. He indicated that the acquisition of this medium transport aircraft will go a long way in improving and enhancing the Namibian Defence Force operational capacity and readiness to respond at short notice to any situation that might require the involvement of our soldiers both during peacetime and wartime emergencies. And specifically during this time is during peacetime when we are mourning our late founding president. Now, in terms of the Y9E aircraft, it is designed as a medium-sized transport aircraft, bridging the gap between smaller tactical airlifters and large strategic cargo planes. The aircraft specification includes a length of 36 meters, a wingspan of 38 meters, and a maximum takeoff weight of 65 tons with a top speed of 660 kilometers per hour. It operates at a cruising altitude of between 7 and 8 kilometers per hour and boasts a range of up to 5,200 kilometers and can transport up to 20 tons. Now that is NAF 1962 Y9E that will be carrying the remains of the founding president, that is Rundu. We can see there in the procession there, that's living on a Thindi and obviously passing through, that is Onipa, again presenting an opportunity for all the people from the three regions whose the regional memorial yesterday in Ohangwena was earmarked for, that is both Ohangwena, Oshikoto as well as Oshana. We know that it passed through, it came from Eenhana today, obviously that marked part of the Ohangwena region, and then now as we speak it is currently in Oshikoto region, and once it enters Ondangwa Eben, that means it is in Oshana region. So definitively they're ensuring that all these three regions have an opportunity to be able to say goodbye that is to the leader and gallant soil, the gallant son of the Namibian soil, that is Dr. Sam Savishuna Nujoma, whose remains will be carried by the Namibian Air Force plane, that is NAF 1962Y9E, that will take those remains from the Andiba Toivo Airport in Ondangwa straight, that is to the Rundu Airport. Now we leave you with some of those visuals, and we will continue to update you as more information comes in.
Yeah? Then you overtake this segment and go this side. This side.
Welcome back. Now, as you see those visuals, the military convoy, that is the military procession, pardon me, carrying the remains of Dr. Sem Safishuna Nujoma has officially reached, that is the Andiba-Toivo Airport. Right now, as you can see, the individuals in the background, they're slowly but surely processing, towards the tarmac of the airport, where we'll also be engaging Ndapanda Shuya, our colleague who's on the ground, and will be engaging and giving us an update in terms of the logistics and what is happening. And we are crossing over to Ndapanda.
The casket of the
Okay, now we do apologize for that slight challenge that we're experiencing. We hope to have Ndapanda Shuya back on the line, and we'll be able to also engage her. And but if you look at the convoy so far, arriving at the airport, not so much busy. Okay, sorry about that, Colonel. We understand that Ndapanda seems to be available now, and we will be crossing over to her, where she will be speaking to Elia Irimari, who is the governor of the Oshana region. Ndapanda, it's over to you.
Highly emotional, and given what the entire population who have been lining up on the road, have expressed themselves. Others have been singing, and others have been. And a historical experience by even the small ones who have only been hearing about the founding president. And it's very comforting to all of us, those who have seen. And now we fully believe, yes, the founding father have left this world. But having him left this world, definitely his legacy will continue, and we'll have to continue carrying forward all his aspirations and where he wants a better Namibia for everybody, and that's what we strive for.
What is word on the street from your people? How do they take the news that the founding president will come, his remains will be transported to the north just for them to bid him final farewell, especially those that will not make it to Windhoek?
Yeah, as I said, it's a relief, in fact, because because they've seen the body, and they've seen the memorial service ahead of whereby thousands and thousands of people have flocked to come and witness to come and witness their icon. That yes, it's true. Yes, he has gone to rest with the ancestors. So, and they are relief, but it's that they are still glued on the television until the final day. And I need to say that it's in fact a historical send-off. It's historical because it has not left anybody in the village. All people have flocked, to the road just to witness, to see, because it's for the first time in the life of our country whereby we are seeing, a body being moved on a road. So, yes, it's a relief. We have accepted it, but what we are saying is that we have to carry on with the Nujoma legacy. That yes, Namibia shall remain sovereign.
Because of your position, you would usually be sending off leaders here. You have sent off Nujoma for several years. Today you are sending him off in silence, as he lays in silence. What is your thoughts on that? What is your take on that, and how do you bid him forward?
Yes, I've come to terms on what has happened. I mean, given that I've been receiving him here several times, I've been sending him off several times, and also today, I'm sending him off. I've received him 2 days ago, and today I'm sending him off, in that form. So it's really a painful, but also it's not a personal no. Where having experienced this loss of such a great man who have done so good for this country, and who has wanted Namibia to look better than any other country in the world. And it's our wish and our hope as a nation that we will carry on with all his aspirations you know, where he wanted Namibia to be and how Namibia need to be defended. But also one thing which Larry leaves a permanent mark on mine is his emphasis on discipline, more especially his concern on the younger nations of our country, who Larry, you know, has become, you know, ill-disciplined in a form of which, you know, he was always concerned about, whereby the youth have very touched ground with their traditions and cultures, and through those traditions which he had been emphasizing, you know, it molds and builds and connect, you know, a person, you know, to be well, you know, to be well behaved in society. And this is one of the norms we have learned from Nujoma, that you will never be a very good person once you have lost track of your background or your inheritance in a background, whereby, you know, you have lost contact with your roots, your traditions and your cultures, and in such a way you'll never be able, you know, to move forward. And yeah, these are some of the things, you know, we of course, you know, cherish from him, you know, and so on. And also one thing, you know, was very resolute. It's fair for you. Every year you receive same thing, you complain about the flood every year. So what do you do about it? And this was some of the words, you know, he asked me. Are you so happy every time you go and receive food for flooding every time? But why don't you bring, you know, make changes with regard to, you know, so that, you know, you can avoid those water crises? And this is one of the things I would say, you know, yes, it is still always in my mind. You know, that, you know, it's not good that, you know, you need to keep on repeating the same thing year in, year out. I've learned it from, you know,
memorial services in his honor, which will be the last from the 4 northern regions of Oshana, Sati, Ohangwena and Oshikoto region, with the exception of Oshikoto carrying out theirs today. What is the day going to look like tomorrow in terms of preparation so far?
Thank you very much. As we are talking now, the preparation is on. You know, they are setting up everything. They are halfway, and believe me, by afternoon, everything will be in order. So we are expecting, you know, thousands of people, more especially from the Oshana and those neighboring regions like Oshikoto, which is very close to us. So they will all be there, and all, you know, our communities, our business people, and everybody will be there. So it will be, first, you know, it will be started with a church devotion, and after the church devotions, you know, just for 1 hour, and after that we'll be starting with our, you know, regional memorial service, which will only last for 2 hours and 30 minutes. That's how we have, you know, marked it for tomorrow, Sunday, at Ondangwa Trade Fair Center. So everybody around, please make sure that you know, you make your ways to Ondangwa Trade Fair Center. Yes.
Governor, what were your main highlights? Of course, the tributes, the eulogies. What was so striking for you? Which speech was striking for you, or what incident was most striking for you? It can have been, could have occurred on the road as you drove to and tell you this when I met them just outside Okahao, waiting and singing and in song and praise. What were your highlights during this past 2 days?
One of my highlights is free. And secondly, this kid from the primary school, some of them were shedding their tears, you know, of somebody whom they've never seen, they've only been hearing, you know, it really touched me. And also, you know, the most highlight, you know, when it comes to speeches, it was when her sister, Meme Julia, her own sister, was narrating, and, you know, narrating and counting all about, you know, Sam Nujoma. He's in the Ovamboland proverb. What has been said here, definitely we do not need to, you know, to give up on the aspirations, on the envisioning, our founding father had for this country. So for me, that one, Larry, has completely touched me, and it has, energized me that yes, we need to carry on with our struggle. The struggle is not yet over, and more especially what Nujoma used to strive on to talk of, that the economic is where we need to put most of our effort to ensure that every Namibia live better, so that all of us can be safe. And that was basically from Nujoma, and that's one of the highlights, I would say. And also the other thing is the peacefulness of the communities, and everybody from all different sectors, they've learned now, and all those who were opposing to Nujoma, they were, and also very, very strangely, and those who really are not from the founding father, political ideologies, they've conveyed their messages. They've come to the office, whereby they sign, signing in the book and so on. I mean, these things are really touchy, and I will tell you that this has strengthened our unity as a nation.
Thank you so much, Governor. Just to fill in the viewers at home, I will just step away from the camera, and maybe Simon, you could focus on the people that are here. I'm seeing late Tatekulu Nuyoma's son, the Minister of Labor. My Inspector General of the Namibian Police, of course, with Tate Elia Irimari just joining him there. I'm also seeing the CDF Chief of Defense, there is Tatekulu Martin Pinias. Alongside him is the Oshaango Police Regional Commander, Naftal Sakaria. Just as you move from there, I can see the General from the NDF, Tate Kalimba, who has been updating the Namibian people through the NBC platforms, both radio and television, as you can see there. He is being interviewed by our Kati FM reporter, Damien Shumba, in the local language, as well as other radio stations are here with us, as you can see there. They are also just speaking.
Thank you so much, Ndapanda Shuya, there on the tarmac, who was engaging Elia Irimari, the governor of Oshaango region, who has been a governor since 2019, reminiscing on the memories that he had, sending off the founding father when he visits, and now officially sending him off in silence and paying his respect. Now, Colonel, the motorcade has reached the airport. We see that they are on the tarmac. We see that the quarter guard is taking place. Again, for our viewers who might be watching, I know we spoke about this 2 days ago, but perhaps maybe just to refresh their memory, what actually a quarter guard entails and what is the purpose of it.
Good morning, Lot, and good morning, Namibia. What you observing now on your screens is that this is the way we have received the casket at Andiba Toivo Airport. It's exactly the same way that we have to send off the casket again to the next region. So previously, or when the casket arrived, you have observed that there was a quarter guard. The quarter guard is there to honor and give respect to the late Dr. Sem Shafishuna Nujoma. And this quarter guard was also there when the casket arrived on Thursday. So today, again, the quarter guard is here to send off the casket to the next region, which is Kavango East. Now, once the aircraft arrive again at Rundu Airport, there is also another quarter guard. That quarter guard is also responsible again to receive a see-off with honor the casket of the late. That is the main purpose of having this quarter guard at all the regional memorial services, especially at the airport. So they receive the casket and they see it off with honor. And that respect.
So it is to be performed not only when receiving, but also when sending off.
Exactly. And this is what you are saying now. And currently, the bearers have just collected the casket from the gun carriage, and they will place it now in the aircraft. Very safe, so that it's been secured. And then after that, they will also load the gun carriage into the aircraft. And immediately they will take off to Rundu, and that flight will only take 1 hour in Rundu. And then upon the arrival of the aircraft at Rundu Airport, the same activity that you have observed here will also take place. You can see that the quarter guard has already adopted a general salute. So they are giving that respect and honor to the late Dr. Sem Shafishuna Nujoma.
Okay. Now, Colonel, you were talking about the fact that, now the quarter guard is currently underway, and the bearers obviously have carrying the casket for it to be loaded onto the aircraft. Do we anticipate this to be much smoother than Wednesday when we started?
It depended on the time. This is the longest route that we had throughout the procession. It is the first one, and it's long because it has accommodated a lot of regions. Coming from Ondangwa to Etunda to Ohangwena region through Utapi, Oshikuko, Shakati, Omugwelume, Ongenga, Onuno, Ondobe, and then Eenhana. But from here, it will be shorter because from Rundu Airport to the stadium is not that long, although we have a street procession. That procession, it will not be taking, we are not expecting it to take more than 2 to 3 hours. It will be shorter. And then the distance again from the stadium where the memorial service is going to take place to the airport, it's again shorter. And then the next will be a flight from Rundu to Zambezi, which is Katima now. Again from Zambezi to Mapacha Airport. From Mapacha Airport to the stadium, I know it's about 10 to 12 kilometers. And then the casket will be taken again in the streets, in some streets within Katima Mulilo, and then back to the stadium, and then to the stadium. And then the next morning, it will be collected, the casket will be collected to the airport. So that distance will not take us more than 3 hours per day. The same will happen also in Grootfontein. In Grootfontein, the casket will be received at airbase, where the airport is, and then from there to the stadium. It will go also around few streets within Grootfontein. The distance will be shorter, and we might only expect this procession within these towns to take us only maybe, if it's maximum hours, it will be 2 hours.
2 hours.
And then the same in Walvis Bay, in the Erongo region, the casket will be received again at Walvis Bay. The distance, it's about 15 kilos from the airport to town of Walvis Bay. So it will not take us that long compared to what happened in the northern regions, because those regions were so many, and we have to cover all these regions within a certain time. But it was more safe to have the casket arriving without any problems than rushing.
Indeed. Now, Colonel, most people will be obviously watching and say that the casket is being put into the aircraft while they are doing their mounting and securing the cargo and eventually loading on. That's the gun carriage. And most people will be saying, hey, the same vehicle that is transporting, the gun carriage and the casket, is this the same vehicle that will be going to Rundu, or is there another vehicle? Because some people, Namibians are quite amazed to say, how is it that there is consistency? Is there just one vehicle? Namibians like to speculate, talk a lot of things, What in terms of the logistics that are at hand, how do these logistics unfold to ensure that there is smoothness in terms of this process?
We talk of logistic and operation. So logistic, it's been organized in a way that you put things in order and you put things so that you utilize them accordingly. And you should not just use exactly the same equipment. The vehicle that has been pulling the gun carriage, it's an RG-32. Now we have deployed various RG32s, meaning more than one vehicle has been deployed in all these regions. So this type of vehicle that you saw now pulling from Ondangwa throughout to Eenhana, this is the end of its task in the north currently. It has to go now to a different region, not to Rundu, because it will not catch up with a flight. The aircraft is taking off, and in 1 hour's time, it's already landing in Rundu. And by then, that vehicle will be still at Lotondeni or Tsumeb, or even Oshivelo, because you are not driving a high speed. It's between 80 and 100 kilometers per hour. So there are already other vehicles that has been deployed in the regions. So another RG32 will be in Rundu, another one will be in Zambezi, another one will be in Grootfontein, another one will be in Walvis Bay, another one will be in Keetmans. So that is the arrangement. So things has been placed already in position so that whenever the casket arrives at any regional memorial service, all the logistics are in place.
Yes, maybe starting to make sense now, the fact that we have been, when Dapanda Shuya was engaging, that is Brigadier General Rehabim Kalimba, the Deputy Chief of Staff of Joint Operations of the NDF, makes sense that you're talking about the logistics and you are cementing to them, so it probably makes sense. Now, in terms of the arrival at Rundu, I think you were speaking of saying that it appears to be that the airport has been simply just being open today, or is closer to the general public, and is simply just for this remains. Why was the decision of that nature taken, that it can only be to receive these remains?
Today it's a weekend, it's a Saturday, and we have engaged the stakeholders who are in charge of the airport. And they have decided that, okay, for this period of time, let's allow this process to take place today and tomorrow. And after that, it is officially open again to the public as usual. And then business carry on as usual.
Business carry on as usual.
Yeah.
Now, in terms of the convoy that we have also been seeing, and we were talking about this often, I'm also a bit curious myself looking at how things are proceeding. We're seeing all different vehicles having so different kind of colors. Most Namibians see them on the road, they see a star, they don't even know what it understands, what it represents, what does it mean. I saw that they are vehicles with red stars, where there's a star, the plate number is red, then the other plate number is blue, and another plate is white. What do these represent, even just for ordinary Namibians who might be amazed? And the formation that you were talking about on air is that, why is it that the red one is always ahead of all the other three different colors?
Okay. We have three arms of service in the Namibian Defence Force. That is the Army, which is red color. Blue, it's the Air Force. White is the Navy. Now, those vehicles that you have observing, they are allocated to the service commanders and also allocated to the other major generals, and then to the brigadier generals, who are the chief of staffs. Now, these vehicles, you find one is having a 1-star, the other one is having 2-star, then you have a 3-star. So the one with a 1-star, it is for a brigadier general.
Okay.
The one with a 2-star, it is for the major general. Major general, it's a 2-star general. And then the one with the 3 stars, that's the chief of the defense force, which is a 3-star Air Marshal Martin Kambulu Pinias. So now the blue will represent obviously the Air Force, and the red will represent the Army, and the white will represent the Navy. So the pallbearers, the major generals, the Air Vice Marshal, sorry for that, the Air Vice Marshal and the Rear Admirals, those vehicles are their vehicles for the procession, during the procession, and that's why you have seen now those different colors that you may not have seen before. So, and these colors are mostly, or these number plates are mostly being used, especially when they are on official on official ceremonies like this type of ceremony. Yes.
Okay. Now, maybe I perhaps just want to also engage you, Colonel, while we are here, or specifically on the Y9E medium transport military vehicles, and just again looking at one of the specifications, talking about the fact that this, you'd also touched on a bit, that the fact that it is a medium designed to transport aircraft that's bridging a gap between smaller tactical airlifters as well as that is large strategic cargo planes, and the fact that it can carry up to 20 tons, and it boasts a range of up to 5,200 kilometers. That seems quite impressive.
Yeah, as I said earlier, that as a country, as a defense force, we look at our needs and we look at our population. So what type of an aircraft do you need? And for what type of work or operation is this aircraft required? So, and this currently, it's the type of work or operation you want the aircraft to perform, so that you are not delayed at any time. For example, this country is ever hit by drought, and the office of the Prime Minister is always receiving some donation, drought relief donation, or food aid, food for drought distribution. So, and you have seen at Walvis that recently we have also received some drought relief, and you want to airlift such cargo within a short period. Instead of using the road or rail, you can also use the aircraft. Very soon, or in a very short period, the drought relief, it's been transported to Roykop Airport, and then you want it to be airlifted as soon as possible to Ruacana, for example, so that it's been distributed both in Kunene region and in Nosati. So the aircraft have that capability to airlift, whether it's a 10,000 kilograms or 10 ton to Onsati region within a short period. And then from the region now to other villages, there you can use now trucks, as you have been observing that the NDF has been deploying trucks and drivers in the regions to distribute those food. So it is meant for strategic operations. The other one is when you want to also to deploy your troops, maybe you want to airlift one company between Grootfontein and Keetmans. Without using a road, you have them within 2 hours. From Grootfontein, within 2 hours, you have them men in uniform on the ground in Keetmans without delaying.
Without delaying.
Yes.
Instead of spending 6-7 hours on the road. Indeed. Now, thank you, Colonel. Now, as we know that that quarter guard that is being performed right now at the tarmac at the Andiba Toivo Airport, in anticipation for the airlifting of those remains of Dr. Sam Nujoma, founding president and father of the Namibian nation, directly to Rundu, not as earlier communicated that it will be going through the Grootfontein Air Base. Now, in terms of that program, what we can expect, we are anticipating that the arrival from the airport, the arrival at the Rundu airport was estimated to be roundabout at 10:45. We do know now that we are running slightly behind time. It is 10 o'clock while we wait for the plane to take off. But in terms of the procession of those activities once they arrive at the Rundu airport, is that procession will arrive at the Rundu airport and move through the following routes. That is Rundu airport to John Mutora Street, and then John Mutora Street to Seb Nujoma Street, and then Seb Nujoma Street to Eugene Kakukuru Street, and then Eugene Kakukuru Street to Sintentu Mpasi Street, and then moving from Sintentu Mpasi Street to the Unam Road, and then from the Unam Road to the B1 Road, and then the B1 Road, that is the Rundu Divundu Main Road, and then eventually that is to the Rundu Sports Ground, where we saw our colleagues, that is Ndishishi as well as Vanessa on standby, talking to us about that the logistics are on set. Everything seems to be in order in arrival anticipation of the general public. What we can also inform you is that in terms of the logistics that is in Rundu, the general public is expected to start arriving as from 12:30 and then the arrival of family members is from 1 o'clock, and then the arrival of the veterans of the liberation struggle at 1:15, and then at 1:25, we will have the arrival of service chiefs, and then at 1:30, we expect dignitaries and traditional leaders, and then at 1:35, the arrival of cabinet ministers and members of parliament, and then at 1:40, we anticipate that the arrival of children of the late Dr. Sem Savishuna Nujoma, and then at 1:50 is the arrival of the casket, and then also coinciding with the arrival of Dr. Albert Kawana, Minister of Home Affairs, Immigration, Safety and Security, and a representative of the chief mourner in today's regional memorial. And then at 2, we anticipate that the national as well as AU anthems will start, and then we will have the welcoming remarks by Honorable Bonifacius Wakudumo, who is the governor of the Kavango East region, and then a hymn from the Elsin Church, Nkarapamwe congregation, and then a devotion and prayer by Reverend Titus Haukongo from Elsin Nkarapamwe congregation, then an eulogy that will be performed and will be read, and then a performance by the Namibian Defence Force before we move into a list of tributes starting from the veterans of the liberation struggle, as well as a message from the family, as well as Professor Disho there representing the Namibian academia, him being an academic and a scholar, as well as Hompa Alphonse Kaundu from the Mbunza Traditional Authority, as well as Hompa Sophia Kanyetu Munjembwe from the Sambu Traditional Authority, and then a performance by the Namibian Defence Force military band, and then a message of the SWAPO party from Comrade Otili Sinduvi, who is the SWAPO party regional coordinator for the Kavango East region, and then performances by the Namibian Defence Force military band, and then the message to be read that is by Honorable Albert Kawana, Minister of Home Affairs, Immigration, Safety and Security, and representative of the chief mourner, and then eventually a vote of thanks by the chairperson of the Kavango East Regional Council, and then we will have, that is, announcements by the Director of Ceremonies, and then a benediction by Reverend Titus Haukongo, Elsin Nkarapamwe congregation, and then the AU and national anthems, and then the viewing of the body, and then the body will lie in state, that is for the general public, for them to be able to view a standard process as coming from the other memorial services that we are having. Perhaps maybe, Colonel, you have some kind of updates from your contacts on the ground as of to what is happening. We're seeing that also the visuals there on the tarmac again, that the quarter guard appears to have been completed. Or is it still ongoing, or are we anticipating now to see the engines to start running?
Very soon. They are just preparing to make sure that they mount the gun carriage properly, secure it properly, so that it cannot make any movement during the flight, including also the casket. They are just securing that it is safe. And then from there, we'll see now the aircraft taking off very soon. But maybe just point of correction, on the street, I think one of the street was not updated with you. It's not Mpazi. You said Mpazi.
Yes, yes.
It's not Mpazi, but it's Maria Mwengere.
Okay.
And then the other street from Unam Road, it's not B1, that is a B8.
B8.
Yes. And then from the B8, it will come back to Eugene Levy, Kakukuru Street, then into the stadium.
Okay.
Yeah.
So thank you for those clarifications.
Yeah, for those clarifications.
Indeed, very much needed and very much appreciated. So maybe just for the interest of, for those that might be watching, and you're saying when you are mounting, you know, maybe perhaps cargo is not the better word. These are the casket with the remains of our founding president and the gun carriage. What happens in a scenario where things are not properly mounted? What could be the problem?
No, the colleagues in the aircraft, you have a logistician, you have technicians, you have pilots. They all verify when they are busy placing that casket. They must verify that the casket has been placed in a designated position where it's fastened with certain belts and equipment that they are using. And then also the gun carriage, it's also secured that it should not make any simple movement throughout the flight, because you don't want to disturb the casket, and you don't want also the gun carriage to make any movement. So that's why you have this specialist on the aircraft to make sure that they are responsible specifically to be in charge of the cargo. Any cargo that it's been airlifted, they must make sure that it is secured. Even whatever type of equipment is being transported, they are there to make sure that it does not make any single movement once it's in the plane.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, also I think want to talk about the Namibian pilots. Obviously, there's been a lot of skepticism that is going out there. We know that it's standard process. For instance, when a new device is procured, that the manufacturer comes and help and assist and support the capacity of the ones that are receiving that. But talk to us about what is the mood, specifically coming from the Namibian pilots, saying that flying these Namibian aircraft that were commissioned last year, the first flight carrying the remains of the founding, flying from Hosea Kutako International Airport, going all the way to that is Andiba Toyo Airport. What is perhaps maybe the mood and the feeling from the Air Force point of view? Is it an excitement? Is it the mileage that the military is celebrating in seeing that we have achieved something that possibly that we have not done in Namibia since independence?
An aircraft is not a donkey Botswana, which you can just buy today and tomorrow you are driving, you know it by knowledge, in and out. No. This is a very expensive asset that costs billions of dollars of taxpayers' money. And the pilots, the Namibian pilots that are there, to be specific, we have, and I repeat this, we have Wing Commander Shalimba and Wing Commander Ndeshanya. These are pilots who have been in the Defense Force for a long time. And they've started flying different aircrafts. It is not only this one that they have started now flying, but on this specific aircraft, they've spent 6 months for training, but that is not enough. 6 months for training in China, both doing theory and practical. But in aviation, it is different. You don't just buy an aircraft today and off you go. You need some assistance. And those assistants are the ones that you have been now hearing. These colleagues are there to observe whether the colleagues are really doing this, the correct thing. Are they operating the aircraft the way it's supposed to be? Are they following the standards? Are they applying all the safety precautions and everything? So therefore, it is not the first time that we are acquiring an aircraft. We have been acquiring different aircraft. And you send your pilots and technicians to your supplier so that they get or they acquire the necessary skills and experience. So our members, they are proud of flying that aircraft. And the more they fly the aircraft, the more experience they gain. And you will not expect any accident or incidents to happen because you have the necessary skills and experience that you have acquired. And those colleagues, they've done that since they took off from Hosea Kutako International Airport to Ondangwa, and today they will again take off from Ondangwa to Rundu, and then to all other regions, and you'll see that it is really them who are in charge. Yes.
It's an accumulation of hours, experience.
That is also important, because for you to fly this aircraft, you need to acquire a number of hours so that you build up that career within the aircraft. I've also seen people commenting that, there are a lot of pilots in Namibia. You bring a pilot today, any pilot today, he must get transformed into that aircraft. You don't just say, I'm a pilot, I can fly it immediately. No, you don't know this aircraft. This is a new aircraft. So you need to have the necessary support from our colleagues from China. Yes.
And I think maybe that makes sense, because you will even see that even the big militaries in the world, you will find that someone who's flying an attack helicopter is not necessarily the same person who's going to fly a B-52 bomber. So different skills are required for different, kind of planes. But maybe the significance of this experience that Commander, you said
Shalimba,
as well as Ndeshanya. What sort of motivation will they serve, especially to those who are coming up within the Air Force and they're in the academy and they are looking and saying, well, this is an opportunity to learn from them. You know, they are making Namibia proud. They are flying one of the two commissioned airplanes by His Excellency and Commander-in-Chief, Dr. Nangolo Mumba, last year. What kind of motivation does she send back to the academy where those cadets are probably entering and saying, I just want to be like these wing commanders?
They will follow in their footsteps, because it is not only Shalimba and Wing Commander Ndeshanya. The aircraft are two aircraft. And you have two crews for each. You have two crews, one crew for one aircraft and then another crew for another aircraft. So there are other two pilots who are also trained in China. I can remember one of them, it's Flight Lieutenant Max Kamati, and then others. But I just want to emphasize on the issue of the aircraft or the support that we are getting, that it is a normal practice in the aviation for the transfer of skills, that the Namibian aircrew have been under training, and it will continue. That training is continuing. We will still receive that training for even more than a year before the Namibians can really say, we have specialized in this aircraft. And then they can fly the aircraft either from here to Libya, or from here to Ghana, or from here to Egypt, or wherever we want them to fly. So the colleagues, the two pilots, are doing extremely very well. Yes, than what we have expected. And that already boost the other pilots, the upcoming pilots, to say, I want also to fly like Wing Commander Ndeshanya, or I want to fly like Wing Commander Shalimba, so that the Namibian nation can be proud of our own pilots. I know we like criticizing. Whenever people see something, they start criticizing before verification. And this is what happened. But to be honest, the Namibian pilots are very good pilots, and we are proud of them.
That is good news to hear indeed, and reassurance, indicating that the fact that there was support from the Chinese nationals that were on the tarmac and were among that crew member, they were indeed in support. It's international practice. It's expected that, you know, such things, training and transfer of skills, work exactly like that. And it's what happens in, for instance, even in commercial aviation. The Colonel just confirming there. I do understand that we will be crossing back to our reporters, that is Napanda Shuya and Tonateni Haimbodi. I understand that they are still at the airport. Not yet. We will not. Will be crossing back to them in some time. Now, Colonel, in terms of the preparations in Rundu to, obviously, to accept the remains, you talked about the logistics are in place. Are there any other logistics that are happening in the background, maybe perhaps that are worth sharing, that to say, that will ensure the smooth success, besides the logistics involving vehicles being sorted, ensuring that there's already an RG32 vehicle on the other side, what else is going in the background?
The media, part of the media. You have observed this morning that the OB is not in the convoy.
Yes.
So most of NBC crew members who were involved in the broadcasting throughout the procession, they left for Rundu. They are busy now doing their setup, including the colleagues from my office. They are also there to support NBC. So those are some of the preparations that are currently on the ground. But other than that, law and order, it's still been maintained. The security has been taken seriously. We are not compromising anything. And we must make sure, we will make sure that this event is just successful like any other memorial service. The two in Omsati and the other one the one in Omsati and the other one in Ohangwena yesterday. So Namibians should just come out in big numbers and come and pay their last respect to the founding father in Kavango East. And remember, we expect a big number because this comprises of Kavango East and Kavango West. And let's pray that it's not raining today, but there's a chance of 54% of raining. And I understand yesterday they received some showers in Rundu. So let's hope that this event also proceed explained.
Indeed. Now, we will continue to give you more updates as we received more information coming in. However, I think for now we'll take you back to the airport and just show some of those visuals as preparations are underway before the lifting or before the airlifting of the remains of Dr. Sem Nujoma officially kicks off, where we expect, obviously, that is the engines to start rolling off the airplane on the tarmac and eventually taxiing before we kick off. Let's just go back to the airport and show you some of those visuals. Welcome back as we are coming from those breathtaking visuals at the Andiba Atoivo Airport. Now, given the protocols in place at the Andiba Atoivo Airport, the public was not allowed entry. However, they made their way behind the airport to ensure that they saw off the late founding president, Dr. Sam Nujoma. We now cross over back to our reporters, Tonateni Haimbodi and Apanda Shuya, as the remains of the founding president, Dr. Sam Nujoma, are being prepared for departure at the Andiba Atoivo Airport that is earmarked for Rundu. Dapanda and Tonateni, good morning once again, and it's over to you.
We are at Andiba Atoivo Airport here at Ondangwa as we conclude the series of memorial services that were held here in the northern regions in honor of founding President Sam Nujoma. Of course, the plane, we are just waiting for the plane to take off to Rundu, and I'm now joined by the former bodyguard to founding President, Mr. Mpanda, who is here just to also send off his master as we conclude this series. Good afternoon, Mr. Mpanda. You are here. What are your final words to founding president? You worked with him for a very long time.
Yeah, good morning, ma'am. Well, I came to see of my brilliant commander, the men who have a higher caliber in the world. He commanded the forces facing the apartheid regime with a heavy machinery, but he dared to bring them to their knees. I like him, I love him, that's why I came to see him off to the regions. The people of Namibia learn more and inherit his legacy. This is a proper legacy. I want you to make sure that you follow his footprints. I like him when he commanding. He taught us. We take courage, bravery, hard work, and be serious in our duties. That is what I want the young people of Namibia to stand together in unity of purpose and action to build the nation in terms of economic emancipation. Because he told us that Namibia, if Namibia get independent politically and is not accompanied by economic emancipation, that independence would be meaningless. I agree with him. And I wanted to tell you, the young people, you have to take off your socks now. Pull out your socks so that you can go to universities and the technicons so that we can produce engineers and doctors, artisans to build the country. That is what his wish. It's not yet touched. To me, I don't want people to be trained to go to streets. They should go to channel the two regions to go and do the work of the country.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mpanda. We are now the plane is taking off, so we are going now to show you those visuals. The plane is about to take off to Rundu in Kavango region. We will just share with you those visuals on the background.
Welcome back. As you can definitely see there in the background, the engines of the aircraft that is expected to carry the remains of Dr. Sam Savishuna Nujoma, the engines have started running, and at any moment we're expecting taxiing and eventual departure from, that is, the Andiba Toivo Airport in Ondangwa, and destined, that is, for Rundu in the Kavango East region. Now, Colonel, we're seeing that the engines are on. Is it 2 or 4? Or?
For now, I can see 2 that are running, and no, 3. I can see the third one on the other side of the aircraft. It's also running, and very soon it will taxi to the runway, and immediately it will take off to Rundu. We expect this flight to last for 1 hour.
1 hour?
Yes.
So we're looking at right now, roughly at our time, it's almost around about
11, almost
10:40 there.
Yeah.
So we anticipate for them to be there around about 11:40, also around about the same time.
Exactly.
Should they take off there?
Yes.
Now, we saw earlier in the visuals that Wing Commander Shalimba was sort of holding a manifest. Talk to us about the importance of having a manifest when you are preparing for a journey.
You should know what you have or loaded on the aircraft, the details of the equipment loaded, and the number of people or the names of people that have also been on the aircraft or the passengers. In this case, the information that I got is that there's 70 passengers. That includes some family members, and then the bearers and pallbearers. So the number has increased from what we have seen from Oshaango International Airport. That was 59. So this time around, we have 70 passengers on this aircraft. Yes.
And still, within its capacity range to accommodate more people.
Yeah.
Okay. So that is the Y9E. But also before that, we saw a much similar plane that we normally see, during Heroes Day commemoration, Independence Day, where we see one of our members of our armed forces when they are jumping from this plane, and you explain that it's a Y12. I'm also learning a lot through this engagement. So, and I believe that the Y12 also departed earlier on Wednesday from Oshaango International Airport. So, I think Thursday. So talk to us about the significance and the relevance of why is the Y12 part of the flight that is going to Rundu?
The Y12, it's here to give support.
Okay.
In case we fail, anything can happen to this aircraft, then we can load the casket into the Y12.
Okay.
But it took off earlier because it's a smaller aircraft than compared to this one. The speed are not the same.
They're not the same.
So that's why you saw it going earlier. And I told you that the Y12 has a history in the Namibian Defence Force. This aircraft, it has assisted our troops in the DRC. At one point when our troops were surrounded at Ikela, it was supplying logistic during the night in Ikela. Reinforcement. It can carry also a number of tons, and then it has also participated. It's one of the aircraft that we have that has participated in a lot of exercises, be it at home and abroad. One of the very most important exercises that I can point out here, it's exercise Blue Angel, which was conducted in 2003 in Zambia. That was at Mufue area. So, and it landed on a gravel road. And it was a drought relief exercise in Zambia. So it is one of the aircraft that
can survive in almost any terrain.
Any terrain, it can go and it can land.
Okay, Colonel, sorry to cut you short. I understand that before the plane takes off, we have that's Tonateni Haimbodi as well as Ndapanda Shuya still at the airport tarmac there and able to engage us. Ndapanda as well as Tonateni, it's over to you.
Fountain of wisdom and source of inspiration for Namibia, founding President Sam Nujoma is lying quietly on that flight that had just left from Andiba Toivo Airport to Rundu, so that people on that parts of the region can also have time to pay their tribute to the legend Sam Nujoma. We actually brought you a series of memorial services that took place here in the northern regions, in Umsati, Ohangwena, and Oshaango region, and some of those that are going to be held in Oshikoto without the remains. And we could really see tears on the faces of mourners who came alongside the road to say goodbye and pay their tribute to founding president. And I'm just now going to cross over to my colleague Ndapanda Shuya also to say her final remarks.
Indeed, Namibia, a sad occasion. I'm actually fighting back tears now as I reminisce on the journey that the founding father has walked during the time that I was able to grasp his name. I've heard about history. I was taught about him. I was able to meet him through my line of duty as an MBC reporter. It presented me with various opportunities to cover him, especially when he landed on at this very airport, the Andiba Toivo Airport here in Ondangwa. And we have covered him most of his visits when he came here until I think about 2002. We had his last interview when he got a donation for his school at Tunda. The founding president, our founding father, Omkokoli Wetuta, the Guru Sam Nujoma, is on that flight exiting, going towards Rundu, where his memorial service will be held in his honor. Namibia, who are we not to feel emotions? Who are we not to pay tribute? Who are we not to observe this great son of the soil, his work, the work that he has done for Namibians, the work that he has done for the future generations. Namibia, it is time to bow our heads and salute this gallant giant of the Namibian nation in the name of Sam Shafishuna Nujoma, Omkokoli President wetu. I am Ndapanda Shuya alongside Tonatenia Imbodi signing out Namibia.
It's back to you in studio.
Of course, we're seeing those visuals where the Y9E has officially taken off from the taxi and from taxiing and is distant, that is to go to Rundu. It's exactly 10:48. We anticipate that approximately by 11:48 it should be arriving at the same time at the Rundu airport as well, carrying the remains that presented an opportunity for the 4 northern regions as well as Kunene, parts of Kunene, to say goodbye to the founding president. Now we're seeing there Ndapanda Shuya unable to hold off a tear, saying that it's an opportunity, that's been a privilege to cover him. And perhaps maybe again this signifies, Colonel, maybe perhaps it might be a logistical challenge or a logistical, huge responsibility from the defense side point of view, but from the human touch and human point of view, even the colleagues who have been covering this, funeral, regional memorial services happening, are indicating and saying it really is the final time that we are seeing his remains. The next time is likely to be seen on national television when it's at other regions or at a burial. Very, very heartwarming indeed.
My brother, it is not easy. Even myself, who's sitting here, I'm touched. And all the people in Namibia, they are touched by the departure of our founding father. I just received a call when we were talking to Ndapanda that time before. And my seniors are also touched. Emotionally, the person is crying, that they cannot accept it. They cannot take it. It's not easy because the founding father has done a lot for this country. And everybody is preaching about it. It will be very difficult to live without him, but it is also time to give him, to allow him to be accepted, to let him go and rest, then suffering, then having him suffering. So we must just accept it as a nation and to look forward. We are now left behind with a legacy of President, the late Dr. Sem Nujoma. And it is up to us to respect whatever he have told us while he was alive, to remember and to carry on. And Namibians, they must just take it, accept it, and we must live on. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Colonel. Indeed. Now that also definitively at this time, concludes our discussion, but however, it doesn't mean that this special tribute ends here. We will continue to update you the moment those remains arrive, that is in Rundu, where we anticipate that they will be arriving at exactly, that is at 10:48, and our colleagues will be on standby to continue to ensure that we have updates in terms of those visuals and just show you those street processions when you are coming from, that is from the airport in Rundu, as we prepare for that, the 3rd Regional Memorial Service that will be held at a Rundu Sports Stadium that is in Rundu Urban Constituency in the Kavango East region. And as we saw earlier in the morning when we were speaking to that Ndishishi as well as Vanessa, our two colleagues that are on the ground, preparations were good in terms of scheduling and our way of schedule, and no hiccups were reported. We anticipate that indeed it will be a success. We know that the general public is expected that it start arriving as from 12:30. Indeed, also Colonel sharing those, we're seeing some of those visuals there in the background, that the RG32 that the Colonel was also talking about is already there, is waiting. So for those Namibians that were possibly also worried whether or not it will get there on time, as the Colonel indicated, logistics are in place. The defense forces have more than showed that they are capable of being able to lay to rest this gallant soil, this gallant son of the Namibian soil. There you see preparations are on set to receive those remains, and we will continue to share those visuals the moment the plane arrives, as we know that he just left Andiba Toivo Airport in Ondangwa, and the remains as well as the gun carriage are on that plane as well, that will form part of this military procession that will be carrying the remains of the founding president and father of the Namibian nation. However, we'll definitively ensure that we keep you updated the moment more news comes in. So stay tuned right here to on NBC and all our various social media platforms. We'll continue to ensure that you are updated as we continue to share those visuals at the airport, and just so you to have a glimpse of what you can expect. Until then, we'll be back shortly.
heart of a child, gratitude flows pure and strong. Dr. Nujoma's journey was one of sacrifice. A path walked, so many generations may dream without limits.
Today I am going to present a poem titled, Your Flame Will Forever Glow in Our Heart. Dr. Nyujoma, a heart so strong, he rose his voice to end the wrong. In our land where we had pain, he turned it around into our own gain. We love you so much.
People big and small, enslaved for no reason at all. Many killed, others slaved, until the founding father came. For freedom he preached, for love he sang, for everyone to be the same he said. He fought and fought, for liberty we stand. We celebrate you, comrade.
Dr. Nyujoma, the great man, but sadly he died. He fought for us, and he also cried. When we think of him, we think of Namibia's shine. May Dr. Sam Nujoma abide.
In silence our tears softly fall, unspoken pain, no words at all. You were such a good leader. We will forever cherish you.
Sam Nujoma, you are our founding father, our hero. Namibia is blessed to have you. May your soul rest in peace. We will always remember you.
Dr. Sam Nujoma, where are you? Lift up the flag of Namibia. We are the soldiers of Namibia. We fought tirelessly until we got the freedom. Rest in peace, our darling soldier.
We have come a long way, but we still have a long way to go. The struggle for independence was just the beginning. Rest in peace, our father, Dr. Sam Nujoma.
Go well, go well.
Ohangwena makomagano yo, Oshikoto makomagano yo, Oshaango makomagano yo, Atusenyo makomagano yo. Ileni tusalute penda, tuleke lonkoko. Ileni tusalute penda, tuleke lonkoko. Sote uyo makomagano, sote uyo makomagano yo. Sote uyo makomagana uyo, sote uyo makomagana uyo, sote uyo tusalute penda, tule kumkoko, sote uyo tusalute penda, tule kumkoko. Makoma, attention! Bij Slauhen motion. Salute! Cut. Makoma, it is. Makoma, attention. Bow 10. Shingwalulu, Turapolim.
Ewa, atuturipa imbiro eri. Eva quaitava queto todera dere. Efembo ere turimujo. Va quaitava queto todera dere. Efembo ere turimujo. Efimbo Simboya ne hiro de tu, efimwede go efemwero, simboya ne hiro de tu, aquaitava cueto todera que efemboere toremuyo. Efimwedego, efemwero, simboya ne hiro de tum, gachi hainye con gashenama, tarangine, shiwana she twende todera deren, efemboye.
Kalistu Ramos Alvaro Mkaroli, a PR and marketing specialist and also founder of MTC The Fashion Week and Alvaro Media Group. The one that's close to where I had an encounter with the founding father was at an event at the UNAM whereby he came to speak. And we had an opportunity to engage him and just to have a talk with him and also to understand him. And that time we had a one-on-one where I just needed to understand, his struggles, needed to understand really how he is and so forth. And his wise words that he gave us that day that we really, I think took away from that event.
I believe that one of the effective strategies to reach our goals is through educating and training our youth, especially in the scientific fields, so that we can produce our own agriculturalists, medical doctors, engineers, scientists, and other technical personnel who will play an active role in the industrialization and the modernization of our economies.
The mere fact that he was humble, the mere fact that I think during his old age, he allowed the youth to engage him. He wanted to give more to the youth. And that's the fact that he allowed people, to come close to him, to greet him and to be in his presence. That itself is quite very magnificent.
Namibia's first president, Dr. Sem Shafishuna Nujoma.
In the name of our people, to declare that Namibia is forever free, sovereign, and independent. I thank you.
The fact that one can sit down and proudly say that, he has made a change in my life where I'm sitting right now, that's the biggest one of all. Not everybody get an opportunity to meet somebody of that stature, somebody that has contributed not only to our country but Africa at large. So it was quite very, I think, a special occasion, and I'm thankful to have had that opportunity.
We need to build a pool of skills to fulfill people's hopes and to take advantage of the opportunities that the 21st century promises. Today, after 8 years of independence, clinics and medical services are accessible to more people than ever before. Infrastructure is being expanded to open up the areas that were not so readily accessible. New roads are being built, new affordable houses are being built, boreholes are being sunk.
The Sam Nujoma Stadium, with a seating capacity of 10,300, features an extensive concrete infrastructure. Situated in the heart of Katutura's Dolam area, the stadium was completed in 2005 and named after Namibia's founding president, Sam Nujoma.
They concentrate to economic development with a clear purpose of improving the life of the masses of our people.
The facility includes a basement area, parking spaces, offices, cloakrooms, restrooms and kiosks.
We need restaurants, hotels, banks, garages and petrol stations. Ready with it. Neighboring countries will increase as well, creating more jobs.
Sem Nujoma is a household name. Household in the sense that it has become almost common to every house to know who Sem Nujoma is. He's the man who fought for the political independence of this country. And we as a church would love to really express our deepest condolences for the loss of such a dear man, a stalwart, a struggle veteran. Why do we as a church feel that the nation has lost in the person of Sem Nujoma? One, among other things, is that with the advent of democracy and the independence, and enshrined in the Constitution of the Republic of Namibia, is a very important tenet or principle, which is freedom of conscience. I want to dwell on that one as I pass messages of remembrance for this dear son of the soil on behalf of the church, the Seventh-day Adventist Church in Namibia. So as we remember this man, this great son of the soil, Dr. Shafishuna Nujoma, we will also remember that we have this freedom to worship, and we have been protected as a church. We have found an environment that is conducive for worship in this democratic space. So therefore, as we speak about this tenet or this principle of freedom of conscience, freedom of association, freedom of worship, we cannot speak of it without remembering the man who was at the helm of the liberation struggle. Yes, of course, it was political, but it also included a freedom for the church to come and worship. So Nujoma will remain in the annals of history. His name will stay for years in the minds of those who have been with him in exile. And we as a church will also remember that there was a man who brought independence, and that man, with that independence, the church found a space within which to worship freely. Therefore, we mourn with the nation. We want to cherish that name. We want to cherish the character of that political leader, and we want to pray for the nation that we will continue to pray for the peace. We will continue to pray for the prosperity, for harmony, for living together in peace, and for ensuring that this peace stays. If ever we want to be a people or a faith-based people who worship freely, it is because the environment for worship is conducive, arising from one very important tenet or principle of life. May everybody else remain calm during this time, and may we continue to remember him even with the freedom that he has brought.
Ekupitho ukamone. Uva Iondingo iongekita. Wonkato keke o keso yukita. Yeso wa talela mokukala koe. Konjela omwenyongo waruke. Tari yange funja tari endelele. Eso kalina onjolola. Tari kuzapo akuluntuna nona. Ayambano sho ohepele. Longe kida onjila yoye. Ekupitho ukamone. Kalawa tonata ontenya nusiku. Zamumo posidulunde auhe. Onjila yoye yokuzamu yunimbo. Longe kida manga unezimbo. Tari yange funja tari endelele. Eso kalina onjolola. Tari kuzapo akuluntuna nona. Ayambano sho ohepele. Longe kida onjila yoye. Ekupitho ukamone. Koe konja ano wana umbanda washa. Oye wo zaro nyati omeitaro. Ompango uiligi ninde aluke. Gulikawo komauzo ageke. Tari yange funja tari endelele. Eso kalina onjolola. Tari kuzapo akuluntuna nona. Ayambano sho ohepele. Longe kida onjila yoye. Ekupitho ukamone. Oma Jesus ngoe kumeketu. Opo uli putse aluke. Omenyanyu no mudigu wetu. Ongo eto tuyambidikanga. Gele tuli momaudigu etu. Karapuse gapupareka. Hekeleka una antu yoye. Ongo ya wike ekwazo. jetu tupongondo tukulongele mangatuno mwenyo mpake vindi ombo ewu tuyambili tomba.
From the Voices of the Future, we bring you a heartfelt tribute to a leader who have paved the way for our nation, our late founding president, Dr. Sam Nujoma. Let us take a look at this tribute from the Kid Care College.
Dr. Sam Nujoma is my best president ever. Dr. Sam Nujoma was very strong. Dr. Sam Nujoma was my grandfather. Dr. Sam Nujoma was my provider. Dr. Sam Nujoma went to heaven to Dr. Hage Geinkop. Dr. Sam Nujoma was born in 12 May 1929 and he passed away 8 February 2025. Rest in peace, our founding father. Dr. Sam Nujoma fight for our country. Now we have freedom speech. He was a supporter for the humans and children's rights. Now we have school, hospital, and shops. My name is Willem Paulus. Dr. Sam Nujoma is the founding father of our country. He ruled for 15 years and he is the hero of the liberation of the struggle. And opportunity should always be for the future generation, says Dr. Sam Nujoma. May his soul rest in eternal peace.
We remain united on the continent to ensure that every African child attends school from kindergarten, primary school, secondary school, up to the university level. This should be the commitment of all of us on the continent.
Dr. Sam Nujoma said, Namibia is free forever. Dr. Sam Nujoma was our first president of Namibia. He fought for our country. He gave me the power to learn, to read my books. He fought for our country. He said Namibia is free forever.
they would like to see a peaceful solution in Namibia and stoppage of bloodshed. We say yes. We would like to see a negotiated settlement in Namibia, and we told them that we appreciate their efforts if it is genuine.
Dr. Sam Nujoma was a pillar of the Franco-Namibian friendship, playing a key role in strengthening cultural and diplomatic ties between Namibia and France.
Education. Our people have been denied education facilities for too long by the South African colonial administration, and therefore we pay great attention to restructuring of education and create a national education system.
On June 25, 1998, then presidents of the two countries respectively, Dr. Sam Nujoma and Jacques Chirac, laid down the foundation to build the Franco-Namibian Center in the center of Windhoek.
The relationship started directly after independence, and there has a first memorandum has been signed between Namibia and the French authorities in June 91. So let's say just a year afterwards, after the independence.
Gathered here today not to pass yet another resolution, but to celebrate the dawn of a new era in this land and to proclaim to the world that the new star has risen on the African continent.
The creation of the FNCC, the Franco-Namibian Cultural Center, is now almost
Welcome back. Now that also concludes my time here this morning. However, we're heading over to Ricardo Kwakoses, who will stand by to continue with this special tribute in memory of Dr. Sam Savishuna Nujoma, founding president and father of the Namibian nation. Stay tuned as we continue to share more updates.
Well, welcome back. Thank you very much for making time to join us on this special broadcast as we continue to cover the life and times and, of course, the celebration of the late founding father. Thank you very much, of course, to Lot Ndamonamata for making sure that you are informed since 6 this morning. And we're going to make sure that we do this around the clock to bring you the memorial services regionally as they happen. Well, as if you've been watching and viewing since this morning, you would be aware, of course, that today is the day that we're focusing on Kavango East. Rundu Stadium is where the memorial service will take place for today. Now, before we get to it, of course, right now, the current status of the casket of the founding father is that it's on flight, en route to Rundu Airport. That's, of course, where he will be received first, and then the procession will start immediately after that. But for now, let's quickly cross over to reporter Francis Shahama, that's standing by in Rundu in John Mutora Street, just to share with us what the atmosphere is like there and how ready they are to receive the founding father. Francis, very good morning to you. Francis, I think we, of course, trying to connect. Quite a very, very serious logistical and technical exercise for us to make sure that we bring you this coverage throughout the memorial or the regional memorial services as they are taking place over the next couple of days. Of course, the procession, once the plane lands, is going to be quite a significant one. The first and foremost, the military procession will proceed from the Rundu Airport to John Mutora Street, and after that, John Mutora Street to Sem Nujoma Street, and then to Eugene Kakukuru Street as well. After Eugene Kakukuru, it will turn into Maria Mwengera Street, and then straight to Unam Road onto B1 Road as well. So if you want to, of course, make sure to provide those salutations, please do make sure to be positioned at one of those locations as the casket will be on its way to Rundu Stadium. After the B1 Road, the Rundu Divundu Main Road, it will turn to the Rundu Sports Ground, and then the regional memorial service will be held there at the stadium. This time around, President Nangolo Mbumba will be represented by the Minister of Home Affairs, Immigration, Safety and Security, Dr. Albert Kawana, at today's memorial service at Rundu in the Kavango East region as well. Of course, if you're talking about Dr. Albert Kawana as well, as somebody who has served in the cabinet of the late president, as a member of parliament as well for many, many years, a very, very experienced and veteran politician from that part of the country as well. But let's quickly try to see if we can connect to Francis once again. Francis, good morning. It seems like we're still trying to connect to Francis on that end as well. But just a reminder, of course, that the regional memorial services will be continuing up until Friday next week. Tomorrow, we are expecting the casket to move ahead to the Zambezi region, where in Katima Mulilo, of course, we're going to continue to make sure that we bring you that coverage as well. I'm also still joined in here by the head of public relations of the Namibia Defence Force. As you know, it's the former commander-in-chief, and they are completely in charge of the procession and all of the regional memorials, logistics and security as well. Colonel, of course, we know that now the casket is expected to arrive in Rundu. Many of the laymen on the street have been asking, how is the NDF prepared for this? How is it that the gun carriage is always ready and the teams are, of course, also located in all of these different locations? Can you just take us, track back a little bit and just chat to us a little bit about some of the logistical arrangements and how prepared the force is, of course, to run with this over the next week?
Yes, Ricardo, since Thursday, the Namibian Defence Force has been executing its duties in a very professional manner, from the initial starting point to State House, from State House to the residence of the late founding father, from the residence to Hosea Kutako International Airport. From Hosea Kutako International Airport, they flew, landed safely in Ondangwa. From Ondangwa Airport, or from Andiba Toivo Airport, they went to Omsati, where the first memorial service was conducted. Yesterday morning, they left Etunda, then they went to Ohangwena region. Obviously through Okahao, Otsandi, Utapi, Owongo, Shukuku, Omgwelume, Ongenga, Onuno, Ondobe, and then finally at Eenhana, and then the second memorial service was conducted yesterday in Eenhana. This morning, they left Eenhana, they came through Oshaango Road, went to Andiba Toivo Airport again, and then they took off to Rundu. As we are speaking right now, we are expecting the aircraft to land at least in the next 10 to 15 minutes, if it's more. Other than that, the logistic preparations and everything is in place, everything is intact. You have seen the troops, those visuals on the screen. We have seen the troops, they are on the ground waiting. Immediately upon the arrival of the aircraft, they will prepare the gun carriage and the casket to depart from Rundu Airport. But the quarter guard is also ready to receive with honor and respect as the casket of our late founding president, Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma, arrives at the airport. And then they will go, as you have mentioned, through those roads. The only road maybe we should correct, it's not B1, but it's a B8. That's a B8 road. The last road that they are going to take, it's a B8 from the circle into Levi, Kakurukuru, before they enter the stadium.
100%. Of course, I think we've got reporter Francis Shahama online this time around. Let's see if we can get a hold of her. She's standing, of course, in Rundu, in John Mutora Street, just to give us the atmosphere and what is happening on the ground so far. Francis, good morning. Can you hear me?
The NBC team is at John Mutora Road. This is actually one of the first roads that the convoy carrying the remains of the founding president
Well, still having some technical challenges there with Francis Shahama, but let's see whether we can quickly cross over to Ndishisha Mufungu, that's actually at Rundu Stadium, just to give us a quick update. He's stationed actually at the Eugene and Kukururu Road, just to give us some insights with regards to that. Ndishishi, good morning.
Very good day to you, Ricardo. Very good day to our viewers, of course, from wherever they're finding themselves across the beautiful length and breadth of this great nation we call Namibia. I'm here at the intersection of, that is, Dr. Sam Nujoma Drive and Eugene Kakukuru Street in Rundu. Of course, a very popular intersection here, massive intersection. Of course, a very significant one today, all the more, as the procession will be passing through here. That is the Sam Nujoma Drive. This is a street that measures some 5.2 kilometers, so you can expect, of course, quite the stretch. But they will be turning off into Eugene Kakukuru and, of course, make their way to the University of Namibia around Rundu, and then, of course, to the Rundu Sports Stadium, where the official memorial service proceedings will be taking place. That's as of 2 p.m. As you can see, of course, quite the hive of activity at this intersection. Everybody has come out and people continue to come out to, of course, witness, that is, this procession that is expected to begin any moment now. We do understand that, of course, the remains of Dr. Shafishuna Nujoma will be arriving anytime soon at the Rundu Airport, where they will, of course, be proceeding, that is, with the procession route from there all the way up until the Rundu Sports Stadium. As mentioned, people have come out to, of course, pay their respects to, that is, the late founding president. You can see learners behind me, and they are from the Rundu Secondary School. I'm joined here by the LRC chairperson, that's Helena Alberto. Helena, very good day to you. Thank you so much for joining us here.
Thank you so much, sir.
How are you doing, first and foremost, and how are you feeling on this day?
I'm doing very much okay. Well, I have mixed emotions about today. Because on the other hand, I'm happy that we're celebrating the life of our founding father, who is going to get internal rest. But on the other hand, I'm saddened knowing that our country is no more having a founding father. And what's Namibia without its founding father? Those are questions that are coming in my mind, because as a young Namibian citizen, not having a founding father, that I knew he was so keen about education. His focus was more on building us Namibians to be more educated and move Namibia forward.
Absolutely, of course. And that is a legacy that is now on us to, of course, continue. First and foremost, as a young Namibian, as a youth, when you hear the name Dr. Sam Nujoma, what comes to mind, and how do you think we can keep that legacy alive here?
When I hear the name Dr. Sam Nujoma, what comes in my mind is a liberation fighter, a man that was so determined to get freedom for all Namibians, a man that did not want to see people in pain. Because him going to fight and all the roles he played in us getting the independence of our country can clearly tell me that he did not want to see Namibians suffer. He was a man of his words. He said he's going to get us freedom, and here we are. We are living in a democratic country. We have freedom of speech. Me as a Namibian, a young Namibian citizen, I'm standing here speaking because I got the freedom of speech, and I got it because of Dr. Sam Nujoma.
Absolutely. And then, of course, in a moment, we are expecting the remains of Dr. Nujoma to pass through here. You're gathered here with your friends, with your schoolmates from the Rundu Secondary School. Just talk to us about the importance of you guys being here and paying homage to the legacy, to the memory of founding President Dr. Sam Nujoma. And how are you feeling? You talked about the mixed emotions, but are you looking forward to seeing the procession pass through here?
Well, me and my schoolmates coming here, the whole Rundu Secondary at large, we are here to pay homage to our late founding father. And us coming here is a way of us showing him appreciation for whatever he did, and is a way of us paying him the respect that he really deserves. And the only way we can honor his legacy is by us allowing his legacy to inspire us Namibian citizens. Dr. Sam Nujoma, if you see how he played his role in the liberation struggle, it can tell that he's a role model to many of us, especially us Namibians, the young ones. We can learn from him how he was brave, he was courageous, he was determined in getting the independence of a country. And that's why we are here, to pay him the homage, to pay him the respect. And the only way we can honor his legacy is by allowing it to inspire us Namibians.
Absolutely. Just lastly, what is your message to the family of the late Dr. Sam Nujoma? What is your message to the country at large, as of course the country continues to pay homage up until the 1st of March when he will be laid to rest here?
Well, it's with deep sorrow that we mourn the passing of our late founding father, a visionary leader that was dedicated to fight for the freedom of our country. During this difficult moment, I extend my heartfelt condolences to the mourning family, friends, and the whole Namibia at large. I urge that each and every of us Namibians, we must stay strong during this difficult moment, and we must not forget what our founding father did for us. Let us continue where he stopped. We should not allow ourselves to give up because we don't have a founding father.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for being with us, Helena, and we wish you all the best at the Rundu Secondary School. Yeah. There you have it, LRC Chairperson Helena Alberto, of course, talking to us there. The Rundu Secondary School has come out in large numbers to be here, to pay their respects, to pay homage to, that is the man that was Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma. I apologize if I'm sweating a bit. It is quite hot here today, but of course we are also anticipating some showers. But joining me right now is, of course, Mr. Michael Shininge. He is a history teacher that is at the Rundu Secondary School, and he is joining us now. I've just been informed, in fact, that the plane has landed at the Rundu airport, and we are, of course, expecting the procession to begin in a very short while. But before that, let's, of course, speak to Mr. Michael here quickly. Mr. Michael, first and foremost, how are you feeling today?
I feel calm and just waiting for the moment that the great guy will be moved to pass by me, and then I see. From there I'll pick it up. But then I will know I've done my part of what I woke up today for.
Very much. You are, of course, an educator. You're a teacher, a history teacher for that matter, at Rundu Secondary School. Talk to us about, what you make of, the legacy of Dr. Sam Nujoma from an academic perspective here.
Before we go, they say, being born 2 years before independence, the name Sam Nujoma always reminds me of a conspiracy story that they used to tell us around the ritual fire, that this is somebody that came back in Namibia with a tail. And I will always ask, what type of tail? Is it a lion's tail or hyena's tail? But they said, and also after now getting interested in social subjects and eventually history, then I realized that this tail was actually independence. because being sent by elders like Hosea Kutako, there was a warning which he had to carry that we don't want to see you back if we are not yet free here. So then he stayed there for 30 years. And yes, he fulfilled the moment, the mission that he was sent for, and he came back kissing the soil and also seeing the mother for the first time after 30 years. I think that is somebody very big that we have to respect and honor as we are doing today. That's why the name Sam Nujoma is, as you know, is a brand.
And of course, one of the gatekeepers of that legacy is yourself as a teacher, as an educator, of course, making sure that this legacy is passed on through classrooms, etc. When you speak about the story of Namibia's liberation struggle and Sam Nujoma's contribution to that, what are often the reactions that you get, the sentiments, and the general reaction from learners here?
I need to tell you that Rundu is located along the border of Namibia and Angola. And Rundu Secondary is a diverse school in terms of culture because it comprises of learners from Angola, I'll tell you Zambia, Zimbabwe, Botswana, and a little bit of South Africans. And when you tell that Sam Nujoma used to be with some of these great guys from other countries like the late Mugabe, Kenneth Kaunda, Kwame Nkrumah, and others, those who feel that they came from outside also feel welcomed, and then this rage of tribalism that is always picking up is now done away with. And then there is friendliness in the classroom, more specifically when we play now the videos of Sam Nujoma addressing refugees, Namibian refugees in Nyango Camp, Zambia, then the Zambians will feel proud. When we show videos of Sam Nujoma addressing plain combatants in Angola, the Angolan learners will feel welcomed. So you can see that when you mention this name, even the noise level cools down. You don't need to worry about telling learners to keep quiet because the name itself will keep them quiet. So then you just need to prepare more as far as the lessons are concerned. And yeah, it's a great experience. Yes.
Michael, thank you so much for speaking to us. We wish you all the best. And of course, in educating and keeping that legacy alive. Thank you for being with us. Thank you. Yeah, there you have it. Mr. Michael Shaanika, of course, talking to us there. He's a history teacher at Rundu Secondary School. We are, of course, handing over to, that is Francis, who is standing at the intersection of John Mutorwa and the B8 Road. We understand that, of course, the procession is beginning now, and we're expecting it to make its way into the town of Rundu in a short while. That's all we have for you for now, Ricardo.
Well, thank you very much. That's Ndishisha Mufungu coming to us. He's at the intersection of Sam Nujoma and Eugene Kagukuru Road, just giving us a quick update there. So speaking, of course, to the learners as well as the teachers from Rundu Secondary School there, just explaining and just getting the feeling of what's happening on the ground for us there as well. We know how the founding father was so passionate about education, and to see young learners come out in numbers like that is, of course, quite an inspiration and a sight to behold as well. Colonel, we see now the plane has finally landed. In the next few minutes, of course, we're expecting it to be in procession on that road. Just take us through what are some of the activities that will take place right now as they get the casket ready for the military procession.
At the moment, we are expecting the gun carriage to be unloaded, offloaded from the aircraft, and then it will be hooked automatically on the RG-32, and then the casket will also be offloaded from the aircraft, loaded on the gun carriage, and then we are expecting also the quarter guard to perform that duty, which is now to give honor and respect to the arrival of the casket of our late President, Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma. And then immediately after that, the procession will now kick off. They will enter B8 and then proceed to Rundu town. On the second road on your left, that's when they turn into John Mutorwa Street, proceed about 2 kilos, and then they will turn to your right, which is now in Sam Nujoma Street, and then they will proceed, and then they will go up to Kakukuru Levi Kakukuru Street. And then after that, they will turn to your right, which is now Maria Mwengere Street, up to Unam Road. And then in Unam Road, they will again join Road B8. So now all the mourners, including now the representative of the chief mourner, in this case we have Honorable Kawana. They are the ones leading now the delegation there, as you can see, approaching the aircraft to receive the casket there.
Well, of course, we can see them arriving there to receive the casket as well. And then the quarter guard, of course, standing ready to receive the casket of the founding father. We're talking about Albert Kawana, of course, quite a very, very senior political figure in the country. He had numerous offices that he had held since, of course, the independence of this country as well. He was former Minister of Justice of Namibia from 2003 to 2004 as well. Came back again as Minister of Justice in 2015 to 2018 as well. Also a former Attorney General of the Republic, as well as the Minister of Fisheries and Marine Resources as well. Quite a very, very senior figure, and he will be the chief mourner and representing the President of the Republic at the Regional Memorial Service as well. He's been a member of the National Assembly and Cabinet since 2000, of course, and served in those various positions, as I mentioned a bit earlier on there, receiving a handshake and the salutation, Colonel.
The Air Marshal Martin Kambulu Pinyas is just reporting to the representative of the chief mourner, in this case Honorable Kawana, to say that they have arrived safely and the casket is ready to be offloaded from the aircraft. And then the Chief of the Defense Force is also now proceeding now to greet all other mourners who are lined up with Honorable Kawana.
So, of course, there we can see on the screen as well the Regional Governor, Sirka Osiku, Honorable Osiku, of course, also joining in there as well. So quite a rich history from her side as well. She's been the political head of the region, appointed, of course, by the late Dr. Hageji Kengop to be the political head in the region.
Maybe just to remind the viewers that the Chief of the Defense Force, being a chief military mourner, is entrusted by the Commander-in-Chief to make sure that that casket is being transported or airlifted to all the regions. And then he must also make sure that it has reached the destination where the memorial service are taking place. And that's why he is the leading man of the whole procession when it comes to the military side.
We see, of course, also representations from the rest of the services as well, exactly, at the highest level.
Yes, these are the NAMPOL officers, the regional commander and his delegation from NAMPOL in the region are the ones who are also now receiving, forming part and parcel of the delegation receiving the casket here at Rundu Airport.
So both governors, they, of course, for both Kavango East and Kavango West also represented there as well. As you know, the casket, of course, will move along from Kavango East to Zambezi region tomorrow. So both regions, East and West, coming together, of course, to make sure that they pay tribute to the founding father. Well, of course, at the same time as well, we know that Rundu is the capital and the largest city of the Kavango East region in northern Namibia. It lies on the border with Angola on the banks of the Kavango River, about 1,000 meters above sea level. Rundu's population, of course, growing rapidly as well. But the last time the Delimitation Commission set, then, of course, the two regions, Kavango East and West, the separation of the Kavango region that took place there. Hence, the two regional governors that are representing the two regions as the political figureheads there as well.
My brother, they are just waiting now for the casket to be loaded on the gun carriage. And that's what they are observing now from a distance, but not that far away from the aircraft. You see, everything is set, and I've also seen some senior officers from correctional service. So everybody's here, especially the higher leadership of the region, both Kavango East and Kavango West. So anytime from now on, they are getting ready for the procession and continue to to get ready at the stadium so that the memorial service can start immediately. Maybe another serious concern is we might receive some showers. As you can see that it's cloudy, very cloudy.
Very cloudy on that end as well, yeah, there we see.
And from Dishishi, when he reported, he said it's hot, meaning it's likely that there could be some showers in Rundu.
There could be some showers in Rundu there as well. And of course, one of the beautiful things about the founding father was that he was quite fond of the Kavango and Zambezi regions, saw them as agricultural hubs, as food hubs for the nation going forward there as well. And the rain to really welcome him there, it's a very, very beautiful sign. But for now, let's quickly just cross over to the airport so that you can really just take in the arrival with some of the scenery as well as audio from the ground.
I want to change the drink.
You see? You see?
The NBC team is at the corner of John Mutora and Sem Nujoma Street, right here in Rundu, Kavango East. Now, the road right in front of me is John Mutora Street. That's the street that the convoy carrying the remains of the founding president would be turning into, currently on its way from the airport. Now, if you look around me, there's people of various ages. We're talking about young people, the elderly, middle-aged, and they're all out here on the side of the road, just hoping, to see the procession passing through. With me, we had an opportunity to speak to a father earlier who came here with his entire family just to come and follow the procession. Cleophas, why was it so important for you to come out with your family today?
Okay, it's very important because this is a historical moment, and it's the last and the first we were not there wherever he started, so I need also to show my kids and my wife, since some of my kids, their era is not their president, and their president was the late Hage Geingob. So this is a reference also that I should give to them, that whenever I want to tell them something at home, that, okay, did you see that moment we had? That is the person we are talking about. Okay, that is one of the important mission for us to be here. Thank you.
Let's talk a bit about the values or some of the principles that the founding president embodied. What about those values are you willing to nurture or your children based on those values?
Okay, his values was he was a go-getter, so he was a man of his word. That was some of the things I also want to carry. Even if I'm at home telling my kids, I need to also give them those values. I tell them how, if you want something, especially if you are giving them, encouraging them for school things, you need to tell them how to focus and get what they deserve. So some of those are the things that we are hearing from what Sema did, our late president did. Yeah, I think some of those are the values that I will get from him. Thank you.
All right, let's. What's your message, to the family, the loved ones, the entire nation at large?
Okay, to the family, I will not really say it only to the family, because Sem Nujoma is the father of the nation. So all of us, let me say, we are family. Without him, we could not be where we are. Just like the former President Pohamba also said, we should always speak to do where Dr. Sem Nujoma stopped. That is where we need to pick up also. We need to do a lot from where he stopped. We don't need to revolve where he ended. So this is the thing. We learned from him. Now we must learn how to take Namibia further. As he said, Namibia is the only thing we have. It's a God-gifted country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. All right, so just in front of me, like I said earlier, John Mutora Street, this is where the convoy carrying the remains of the founding president will be passing through. The crowd is becoming bigger. Children, parents, the elderly are all lined up on the side of the road, just waiting to get a glimpse of the procession that will be passing through. Before the procession comes through, as on the side, there's a law enforcement officer here just talking to the crowd, telling them to just move a bit further away from the road. While we're waiting for the procession, though, we have an opportunity to just speak to some of the learners at Eliane Romba School. If you guys can just tell us, what are some of the qualities that you admire about our late founding president?
My name is Benjamin, and on behalf of all the Elia Mukongwe Romba, we admire about his perseverance. He's very constellated in making people upheld and grow. He is the root of our Namibia. He made us prosper to this community. So let us also solemn and quantify his situation here.
Hi Namibia, my name is Isabella Paulus. One thing I admire is that he did not give up on fighting for the independence of the Namibian people. That really inspires me and motivates me a lot to be a better leader in the future and not to give up on the Namibian people. Thank you.
My name is Rachel Shamina, a student at Eliam Congoneromba. What the president did for the country is like, I'm proud to be in his country as he fought for the Namibians to have freedom, not colonizations, and also the people are just free, and it's just the laws to leave such leaders in our country. And that's why I myself want to be a leader in the future, just like the late president.
Thank you. Well, there you've heard it from the young blood. They shared some of the qualities, some of the values that the founding president had and what they can actually learn from. Behind me is John Mutora Street. We are patiently waiting for the convoy with the remains of the founding president to pass by through. Over to my colleague Ndishishi at Eugene Kakukuru Street.
Thank you so much, Francis. Of course, you can see. Thank you so much, Francis. Of course, you can see that it's a huge right waiting to see the series that is of the founding president, Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma. What is going to be happening now, of course, once the procession passes through where my colleague Francis Sharma finds us. So that's on the
Well, there we go. Just some visuals from Rundu town there, the main road B8. The military procession, of course, carrying the casket of the late founding father as it's proceeding with the military procession to Rundu Sports Stadium, where the memorial service is expected to commence within the hour. Of course, quite ahead of schedule there as well. We know that it was scheduled to take place at around 2 o'clock, but if one can see the distance and, of course, the time, potentially might start a little bit earlier than expected as well. So please do make your way to Rundu Sports Stadium if you are around the two regions of Kavango East and Kavango West there as well. I'm still joined in the studio by Colonel Shalumbu, who's the head of public relations there at the Namibia Defence Force, just staying with us here and giving us some insights in terms of the logistics and what's happening on the ground there as well. We have, of course, an extensive team of producers and reporters out in the field. You heard a little bit earlier from Francis Shahama as well as Dishisha Mufungo that are, of course, stationed on the road. But at the stadium itself, we have, that is Vanessa, joining us, of course, a little bit later on, and she'll be giving us some updates once the casket arrives at the stadium. I wanted to ask something a little bit earlier on, Colonel. We know that, of course, the military has different regalia, and there are different roles that it plays, specific times that you can wear them, specific times that you can't wear. We know for me as a civilian, I will not be allowed to, of course, wear the military regalia in any form or fashion as well. But one of the interesting things that I noticed yesterday was with the veterans at the memorial service, they were wearing a different regalia, which was sort of beige. But then we saw some in camouflage yesterday in Eenhana. Some people, of course, saying, are they still active? Are they still allowed to do that? Just talk to us a little bit around how you handle the military regalia, what's allowed and what's not.
Yes, you put it right. Yes, we have different types of uniforms. You have the uniforms that we call a combat uniform, like the one I've put on now. It's a combat uniform. And then you have office uniform, which is called a step-out uniform. And then you have a ceremonial uniform. So what you have observed yesterday, the veterans of the liberation struggle, they were putting on a beige uniform, a plain beige uniform. That is their old uniform from Plan. And then you have the other veterans who were putting on NDF uniform, a step-out or a ceremonial uniform, and some were also putting on a camouflage. Now, the NDF allows members of the Defence Force who goes on retirement to have one type of uniform, and that's supposed to be only the ceremonial uniform, the official, the one with a suit, a tie, and a shirt, a trouser, very full step-out, not step-out, but a full ceremonial uniform. So those colleagues that you have observed, some of them did not even shave. So meaning they are not active members. They are retired members from the Defence Force who came to attend the ceremony. Now they joined others to sing the liberation songs. These people, you cannot take them away from the roots. They know their roots, and that is the ruling party. These people were part and parcel of the liberation struggle. They were members of the plan. So there's nothing wrong of them because they are no longer active members of the Defence Force. People like us who are currently active, we are not supposed to participate in political activities. We are not supposed to affiliate ourselves with politics. The only time we should demonstrate that is when we go to polling station. So the way you go and vote the political party of your choice. But for them who are on retirement, they are allowed to put on that uniform only when there is a ceremony of this type or when there is a celebration like Heroes Day, commemoration or Independence Day celebration, then they are allowed to put on the uniform. Now, you don't expect the colleague who's on retirement to shave as if he is active in the military, but he can put on the uniform whether he shave or not shave. So that's why when they joined the other colleagues, the veterans of the liberation struggle, they belong to the same group. They are affiliated to the Veterans Association. They are veterans, and therefore there was nothing wrong with them putting on that uniform, go and honor and respect their founding father and their first commander-in-chief during the liberation struggle and also after independence.
So it's an honor that has been earned by them over the years, is what one can recognize there.
Yeah, but the difference is, if you only serve this country or you serve the Namibian Defence Force up to the age of 60, that's when you are authorized to go with this uniform on retirement. If you resign, it is impossible because you have terminated the contract with NDF.
With the NDF. Always, as you can see, the visuals, scenes coming in from Rundu town there as well. It started raining at the stadium, but not only, of course, in Rundu, but still does not deter many Namibians from standing by the side of the road so that they can witness and salute, of course, their first president and commander-in-chief. But for now, let's quickly cross over to Francis Shahama, that's standing by on the ground there in Rundu. Francis?
So the NBC team is at the corner of John Mutorwa and Sam Nujoma Street. The convoy with the remains of the founding father is just passing through. Really an emotional affair, especially the weather. It's astonishing because the moment the convoy actually just turned into the road, it started drizzling. From drizzle, it's turning into serious rain actually. Yeah, quite an emotional affair. People are around singing, waving their miniature Namibian flags. It's really a roller coaster of emotions, different types of feelings. Yeah, roller coaster of emotions, different types of feelings. I mean, you would think that the rain, would deter certain people, that they are not.
Oh, this is our founding father. This is a moment where we need to unite. He did a lot for this country. Yeah, he did a lot for this country. Dr. Sam Nujoma is a hero. He's a Pan-Africanist, a true revolutionist. He fought for this country. Today we are independent. So we have to pay our final respect to him.
If there's one particular value or principle that the founding president had that you would teach your children or your family or the younger generation on, what would you say?
Academics is very important. Yeah, like for the young ones, they need to study. Yeah, without papers nowadays, it's very hard to find a job. So you need to be educated. That's something that I took from him, and he's a very strong leader. He had leadership skills, which I'm very proud of.
Thank you. Back to the procession. It's raining cats and dogs in Rundu, Kavango East, John Mutora Road, at the corner of John Mutora and Dr. Sem Nujoma Road. You would think that the rain would deter certain people, maybe to go out, seek for some shelter somewhere, but no. Everybody is literally on the side of the road, soaking, all in effort to pay their last respects to the founding president. The procession would be going to other streets in and around the town of Rundu. Yeah, the rain definitely became super serious now. Some people are running for cover, the service stations, while others decided to stay put. And these are just the processions on the various streets. Later on, the main memorial service will be taking place at this Rundu Sports Stadium. And we're pretty much hoping that the weather would have calmed down by then. Now it's seriously raining cats and dogs. People are running for cover.
The regional capital of Kavango East is, of course, being blessed with showers this afternoon. It's quite a symbolic moment there as well, as we know that the founding father was quite keen on food security, food self-sufficiency, and it always viewed the two Kavango regions as well as Zambezi region as, of course, the spaces with some of the most fertile land in the country, and had visions, of course, of the three regions really becoming the food security and the bread basket for the country. And for him, of course, to be received with such showers, really a major symbol of indication, of course, of that dedication that he had provided to this country and the vision that he had for Namibia. The rain, of course, not deterring the residents from coming out in numbers. We see there some visuals of school children. We've heard from the LRC at the chairperson of the Learner Representative Council from Rundu Secondary School a little bit earlier, spoke so beautifully around the commitment by Dr. Nujoma, of course, to education and academia and young people in the country. We're going to continue to bring you this uninterrupted broadcast over the next couple of days, of course, up until the funeral. Today, the focus on Kavango East in Rundu. Both regions will be converging there for the memorial service, expected to kick off at 2 o'clock this afternoon. If you're around the region, please do make sure to come there as well. We'll quickly go for a short visit to the marketplace. When we come back, we'll continue with our coverage. Stay with us. Welcome back. As I've mentioned a little bit earlier on, today's regional memorial service will be held at Rundu Sports Stadium, and NBC's Vanessa Jitaviwa is stationed at the Rundu Sports Stadium just to give us an update in terms of what exactly is happening there while they're waiting for the casket of the founding father to finally arrive. As you can see, of course, the visuals quite busy right now as the procession is passing through the central business district of Rundu town. Vanessa, good afternoon.
That's right. We are coming to you live from the Rundu Sports Stadium, and my name is Vanessa Njitaviwa. We did receive quite a few showers here in Rundu, and we are now preparing that is to receive the remains of the late founding president, Dr. Sam Nujoma. I'm now joined by Moses Shikerete, who is the national spokesperson of the SWAPO Youth League. Good afternoon, Mr. Shikerete. How are you?
I'm okay, and good afternoon to the viewers.
Perhaps maybe just to start with, let's talk about the impact that the late founding president had on the SWAPO Youth League.
Well, thank you very much. And I think it's very important for us to go down memory lane, for us to go back to history, to where it started. Remember that the struggle for independence against the colonial apartheid was started by the late founding father and the others. The late founding father started while he was young, so which is very significant. In this case, life youth with regards to SWAPO Party Youth League. So every revolution is credited to the young people. So the life of the founding father speaks to that, because he left Tunda when he was still young and went into exile when he was still in youth years. When he came back, he have matured and aged with time. However, the credit that we give to his life is that the youth of today that must take home is that we can start a revolution and we can be able to attain it like he did. We are currently faced with a war for us to emancipate ourselves from the shackles of poverty. We need to make sure that the energy that we have now as young people, we dedicate it towards fighting poverty, towards making sure that the vision and aspirations that the founding father had, we now need to put in that zeal to see to it that we achieve economic freedom in our lifetime.
Would you understand that the late founding president, Dr. Sam Nuyoma's remains have arrived here in Rundu, and they have just passed by right now from the Rundu airport into John Mutora. And so take us through the, as you are part of the protocol, take us through the route, how the procession will pass through.
Thank you very much. What we have done as a region is to also give people at home a chance for them to say goodbye, those who will not be able to make it, for the founding father to make one last trip in the town of Rundu. So what had happened is that from the airport, they turned through Amta. There's a new road called John Mutora Road, up to the intersection going into Sawayemwa. By that service station, they turned to their right, facing town, up to the traffic circle in town. From the traffic circle in town, they will go down via Eugene Kakukuru Road, facing the Omashare River Lodge. When they reach the intersection of Omashare River Lodge, they will turn to their right in the Maria Mwengere Road, facing the University of Namibia. When they reach the junction of the University of Namibia, we call that road Unam Road, previously known as Bagani Pat. So then they will drive right and face the Trans-Caprivi Highway. When they get to the intersection of the Trans-Caprivi Highway, they will turn right again and then face town. So when they reach Engine, where there's a big circle of Rundu, they will turn to their right again and proceed to the sports stadium where mourners are expected to receive the remains of our founding father, a great statesman, a man who had a serious impact specifically in the lives of the people of Kavango and Namibia at large.
Right. And that is obviously going to be very soon before they arrived here at the stadium. Let's talk about perhaps some of the lessons that he has influenced the SWAPO Youth League and also just the general young people in Namibia.
Yes, what we can take away, I would want us to discuss things that young people of today can be able to remember. If you remember correctly, that for those of us, many of us, I believe, including yourself, who were still in school, when the construction of the railway that he pioneered, that he championed, the lesson that we can take from there is that founding father was at the forefront of the construction side. He took up the work on his shoulders. And then we have seen how he inspired Namibians from all walks of life, from the business sectors, from political background. Every Namibian felt like this project belonged to the Namibian because the leader stood at the forefront. Founding father was working, he had the shovels in his hands. So these are things that we need to take out, that for you to be a great statesman, it requires a lot of sacrifice. He sacrificed his youth in order for us to become independent. But after that, founding father did not stop there. He still continued to make sure that Namibia sees development. One good example we can take is that the founding father was a firm believer of science and education. At the University of Namibia, where he served as the first sitting chancellor of the University of Namibia when he was president, he took up a course in geology. And we all know that that's a very challenging field of study, but we have seen that the founding father graduated from that specific field of study. He did so to inspire the young people of our time. So what should then stop us from making sure that we are inspired and we still inspire the generations to come? In recent years, we have seen that at Etunda, where his personal farm is, the founding father built a school. That tells us how he loved education, how he loved young people, because remember, people of his age are not people that he expected to accommodate at that particular school. But he did that for people of our generation and those to come. So I would want to say he believed in the youth and he nurtured the young people to be prepared for tasks that lies ahead of them.
Indeed, he did really believe in the youth. The stadium is fully packed. We're expecting him to arrive. So once he has arrived at the stadium, what can the general public expect?
Yes, what we are going to expect as the body is going to arrive at the sports stadium is that mourners will be expected to take their seats. As the chief mourner who's leading this procession, Minister Dr. Albert Kawana, will then lead the procession of the remains into the tent, the designated tent where we are seated, where the casket is going to lie. And what we can expect from the programs is that we are going to expect tribute messages. Some are going to come from the families, some are going to come from regional leadership. And to note that on our program, there is a welcoming note that will be given by the regional political head, who is our regional governor. And then there's also a message that is going to come from the SWAPO party that is going to be delivered by the regional coordinator, Comrade Otilia Shindui. And then notably on the program as well, there's a tribute message that is going to come from our revered Professor Dr. Joseph Disho, who's in our midst, who has already arrived. He's also going to pay tribute on his own accord and indeed to speak on behalf of that world of academia in which founding father was a firm believer. And we can also expect that people will have a chance to view the remains of the late founding father. And yes, the body will lie in state. And throughout the night, people are expected to come and say their goodbye.
Indeed, quite an icon that we are celebrating the life of really a person who made an indelible mark on this very Namibia. Thank you so much for having speaking to us this afternoon.
Thank you so much for having me.
Right, that was Moses Shikarete, who is the national spokesperson for the SWAPO Youth League. And we are indeed expecting that is the remain of the founding president, Dr. Sam Nujoma, here at the Rundu Sports Field. The army base right now has been it's quite marching, and the seats are. Everybody is taking their position or taking their seat. From us here at the Rundu Sports Stadium, do stay tuned as we will bring you the live coverage of the event as it proceeds. Thank you.
Well, Vanessa Njitaviwa, they are stationed at Rundu Sports Stadium, just giving us some insights and preparation. Talking to Moses Shikarete, who is the national spokesperson for the SWAPO Party Youth League. Well, we know, of course, the program is going to, expected to start at 2 o'clock this afternoon, while the National and African Union anthems, welcoming remarks will be provided by Honorable Bonifacius Wakudumo, the governor of the Kavango East region. And of course, he's also accompanied by the governor of the Kavango West region, Honorable Serka Osiku. That's of course also in attendance and received the casket at the Rundu Airport. Also, immediately after that, we'll have hymn by Elson Church, and then the devotion and prayer by Reverend Titus Hokongo from Elson, and then the eulogy will follow. And immediately after that, of course, a performance by the Namibia Defence Force military band that has been moving with the casket throughout this regional memorial services that are expected to last until Thursday next week. And of course, immediately after that, a number of tribute messages will be flowing in as well. A message on behalf of the Veterans Association in Kavango East region by Comrade Kamberuka Theophilus. And that will, of course, also be followed by a message on behalf of the family. Expecting, as mentioned by Moses, will be a message by Professor Joseph Disho, a Namibian academic and scholar, who's of course also a native of the regions. And then the message by Hompa Alphonse Kaundu, the Mbunza Traditional Authority, and then followed by Hompa Sophia Kanietu Munjemboy from the Shambu Traditional Authority, of course, three traditional authorities from the Kavango region. A performance by the Namibia Defence Force military band will follow immediately after that, as we continue, of course, with more tributes that will be following that performance. A message by the SWAPO Party will also be delivered by Comrade Otilia Shinduvi, and then the regional coordinator of the Kavango East region of the SWAPO Party, and then a message by Honorable Dr. Albert Kawana, the Minister of Home Affairs, Immigration, Safety and Security, and representative of the Chief Mourner, who is the President of the Republic. After that, the vote of thanks will follow by Honorable Damien Makambai, the Chairperson of the Kavango East Regional Council, as the host of the Regional Memorial Service. Then a benediction by Reverend Titus Hokongo will close off the memorial service. The body will lie in state immediately after that until 6 in the morning tomorrow at the stadium, where the public, of course, is expected to come and pay tribute and come and pay their last respects, and of course view the body of the founding father for the last time in the region. Thereafter, the body, of course, will be moved again at 6 in the morning to proceed to the Zambezi region. Of course, what we know is that Rundu has been also a space where quite a lot of activities had taken place from the side of the Namibia Defence Force as well. I'm still joined in studio by Colonel Shalumbu. He is the head of public relations at the Namibia Defence Force. Colonel, we know, of course, that especially between 2000 and 2002, quite a lot of activities that took place there from the side of the force, particularly a lot of agitation from the neighboring country, Angola, where UNITA rebels, of course, causing a bit of havoc there. Take us through that period under the administration of the president.
Yes, during that time when our late president, Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma, was still the president, there was a very bad situation in Kavango. By then, it was only one Kavango. It was not divided. And that was our people, our Namibian people, alongside the border between Namibia and Angola, were suffering at the hands of UNITA bandits. And as a commander-in-chief, Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma took a decision, and he spoke and gave instruction and directives to the chief of the Namibian Defence Force, and by then it was Lieutenant General Solomon Hawala, that he does not want to hear any more Namibians in Kavango, in Ohangwena, and Zambezi suffering at the hands of the UNITA bandits. And then an operation called Operation Mandumi Ndemfayo was launched, and this operation was a border cross operation into Angola, offensive operation, pursuing the bandits, following exactly, hitting them until the bases where they are coming from. And some of those bases were in Kafuma, and in Luenge and Mavinga. And a lot of properties were recovered and brought back to Namibia, including some Namibians who were abducted by UNITA. So during that time, from 2000 to 2002, the NDF, NAMPOL, they have a joint operation, because the NAMPOL were operating within the borders of Namibia, while NDF were carrying out offensive operation up to 200 kilometers into Angola, pursuing those bandits of UNITA. And we just brought them to order and to make sure that they don't come back to Namibia and attack our Namibian people and taking their properties.
Okay. Well, and that's, we understand the procession is now passing by the University of Namibia. I just quickly want to cross over to Ndishishi Hamfungu, that's standing by there at the University of Namibia regional campus where the procession is about to pass by. Ndishishi, it's over to you.
Thanks, Ricardo. Of course, we are here at the University of Namibia's Rundu campus, basically second last stretch of this procession route. They will, of course, make their way from this UNAM road all the way up, connecting, that is, to the B8 road, and then, of course, station towards the entrance of the Rundu town, the main entrance, where they will be turning off into, that is, the Rundu Sports Stadium, where we are expecting the official proceedings to kick off. Of course, you can see people came out in their numbers to pay homage, to pay their last respects to the founding president. Of course, there you see the remains of Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma, passing an institution that he so very loved, so very revered, and was instrumental in 1992. Since then, the University of Namibia has grown to over 12 campuses across the country, to 12 campuses, pardon me. Of course, location entry, and now, of course, headed to the main road, the main highway, that is the B8 road, where they will then turn off, or that's, of course, entering the town of Rundu, and then just a few hundred meters from there, they will, of course, turn off into the Rundu Sports Stadium as the proceedings will be those proceedings as they unravel.
Well, of course, there's been quite a lot of interference coming in because of the downpour that's taking place in Rundu right now. Expecting some good rains on that side as well. But that's Ndishishi Hamfungu standing by at the University of Namibia that was just speaking to us as the procession was passing by on its way to the Rundu Sports Stadium, where the memorial service is expected to kick off at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Just like to urge you, and of course, don't forget to make sure to stick to our digital news platforms as well, on all the social media platforms, Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook, as you follow. Share with us your thoughts, comments, and of course, your condolences as they are coming in. We will share those with you a little bit later on these platforms. Don't forget, TikTok is also quite active for NBC Digital News, where you can get very, very short snippets of the latest in terms of news that's going on as we continue to provide this coverage for you there as well. Colonel, you were talking to us a little bit earlier on in terms of some of the activities that took place during the administration of the president dealing with the UNITA problem between 2000 and 2002 as well. And you said that we have even gone into the foray of going across borders to sort that issue out, or those challenges during that time.
Yes, as I was telling you that we went into Angola between 2000 and 2002. It is because we were responding to UNITA bandits who were causing havoc in this region of Kavango. And then they were also causing havoc in Zambezi. They were also troubling people part of Ohangwena region. So as a result, the Defense Force took up that decision and launched an operation called Operation Mandumi. Operation Mandumi was also responsible to conduct escort between Bagani and Kongola. There used to be an escort in the morning and then in the afternoon, because of the distance between Kongola and Bagani or Divundu. Also, tourists used to be ambushed by the UNITA bandits. And that time, during the late Dr. Nujoma, who was the commander-in-chief, he really said to make sure, as a commander-in-chief, he gave a directive to the chief of the Defense Force to make sure that those bandits are followed up and they should be hit even in their bases. And this is what has happened, that offensive operations were then carried out by the Namibian Defense Force, to be specific, Namibian Army, and they have hit UNITA until their bases inside Angola. And that some of the bases that I can purely remember, it is Kafuma, in Mavengwe, Mavinga. And those Namibian soldiers has conducted that operation very, very successfully. And up to today, people can still recall the history of Operation Mandumi. Yes.
Well, of course, Rundu town, some of the visuals coming in from there as well. Namibians of all ages gathered on the side of the roads leading up to Rundu Sports Stadium, where the memorial of the founding father is going to take place there as well. Of course, Rundu still growing up in length and breadth. And there we see some visuals from the Rundu Sports Stadium, Associate Football Stadium in Rundu, Namibia, with a seating of about 500 spectators. But we expect the numbers to be quite large today. The grass surface stadium is also capable of hosting athletics, netball and basketball matches, and it's the only stadium in the Kavango East and Kavango West regions. The stadium is the home of venue of Tulinho Sporting and Kuka Tops of the Namibia Premiership, as well as Rundu Chiefs and United Stars of the Namibia First Division football there as well. It was built in 1992 and renovated in 2016 in terms of the last renovations. And like I mentioned a bit earlier, of course, Kuka Tops and Tulinho Sporting, it's their home ground there as well. The stadium, of course, there by 2021, the stadium was in need of major restoration and repair. And Namibian silver medal Olympian Christine Boma decried the state of the running track and called for one of for international standard as well. And as you know, that's also the grounds where she had practiced before becoming an Olympic medalist.
Now, from the visuals on the screen, you see a change. This time around, we have Namibian Navy Band. The military band is the one that is now going to receive the casket together with the quarter guard. So this time around, we don't have the other band that you have witnessed yesterday at Eenhana. So as I said earlier, that there are plans and coordination that has been taking place, so that from one region to another region, you have a team responsible to take care and to look after the ceremony, the procession, to make sure that this team has deliver what has been entrusted to them, or the instruction that has been given to them, to make sure that everything is in place. And that's why this time around in Kavango East, we have a Navy band, a Navy military band. It's the one that has been tasked to come and perform the ceremonial duty in this region.
Let's quickly cross over to the stadium a little bit and get some of that natural sound as we wait for the arrival of the casket for the memorial to commence in the next 25 minutes.
No, we go after the thing. Matthew, can you chill? Quiet, guys.
There we have it, of course, the casket entering the Rundu Sports Stadium. You can see, of course, from the visuals as well that it's raining quite heavily in Rundu, but still has not deterred Namibians, residents of Rundu, residents of the two regions, Kavango East and Kavango West, showing up in droves to come and pay their respects to the founding father and the first president of the Republic of Namibia, the commander-in-chief of the People's Liberation Army of Namibia, PLAN, the armed military wing of the SWAPO party during the liberation struggle. Of course, he had Rundu in quite high regards, always spoke about the vision of the Kavango and the Zambezi regions becoming the bread baskets of Namibia. We've seen, of course, in recent years as well, the concerted effort from the government to invest much more in agriculture. The manifesto that was released a couple of days ago by the president-elect, of course, reinforcing and re-emphasizing the commitment to invest more in agriculture. And in our lifetime, of course, that vision of the founding father of having the three regions becoming the breadbasket of Namibia could still be realized. Of course, quite a serious downpour in Rundu. We welcome the rains and the symbolism of this rain quite significant on this particular day. Colonel Shalumbu still with me here in studio. We've got the standby team that we're going to be crossing over to in a few minutes from now. As you can see, of course, under the tents, the mourners, all ages, from all walks of life, coming to pay their last respects.
This day, I think, will go down in the history of the region, the two regions, simply because it's raining. And they will remember it that the day that the casket of the late Dr. Sam Nujoma came for the memorial service, we were showered. Those showers are blessings, and not just showers for nothing. And I hope it will be also the same in Zambezi region, because these are regions that really get rain like nothing compared to any other regions in Namibia. So now we will just, we are expecting the bearers and pallbearers to take off or to offload the casket from the gun carriage and then take it exactly at the designated position where it is secured already, so that the memorial service can kick off immediately.
In terms of the memorial service, the service will be led by the Director of Ceremonies, Comrade Patrick Hengura. Ms. Christine Shalima, the Kavango East Education Director, will support in that duty. Of course, expecting it to kick off with the National and African Union anthems, welcoming remarks by Honorable Bonifacius Wakudumo, the Governor of Kavango East Region and the political head of the region. Also joining him there will be Serka Osiku, who is the Governor for the Kavango West Region. That will be followed by him by Elson Church, Ngarapamwe Congregation, devotion and prayer by Reverend Titus Hokongo from Elson, and following the eulogy and a performance by the Namibia Defence Force Military Band. Tributes that are lined up for this memorial service include a message on behalf of the Veterans Association in Kavango East Region by Comrade Kamberuka Theophilus, a message on behalf of the family, and that will be followed by a message by Professor Joseph Disho, a Namibian academic and scholar. The message by Hompa Alphonse Kaundu, the Mbunzi Traditional Authority, will also follow after that. And then the message by Hompa Sophia Kanietu Munjembwe of the Shambu Traditional Authority, of course, the traditional authorities from the two regions. We know that their presence there, a very, very important one as well, as the President had overseen the guarantee and the involvement of the traditional authorities by right of the Constitution, Article 66, that recognizes the customary law in the country and gives it quite a high status in running the affairs of its community members. Hence, of course, we see the representation by the different traditional authorities in the different regional memorial services. Performance by the Namibia Defence Force will follow the messages of tribute from the traditional authorities, and that will be followed by the message of tribute from the SWAPO party by Comrade Otilia Shinduvi, the SWAPO party regional coordinator in the Kavango East region. After that, a message by Honorable Dr. Albert Kawana, the Minister of Home Affairs, Immigration, Safety and Security, as the representative of the Chief Mourner, the President of the Republic of Namibia. And after that, of course, a vote of thanks by Honorable Damien Makambai, the Chairperson of the Kavango East Regional Council, followed by the benediction by Reverend Titus Hokongo, the Elsin Karapame congregation head there as well.
There are two changes that we've made currently in Rundu. One, it's the band. The band that you have seen in Etunda and Ohangwena region is not the band that is currently in Rundu. We have the Navy military band. That's the one that is there. The other one, it's the chaplain Malima, Lieutenant Colonel Malima, who also was leading the procession from the airport to Etunda and Eenhana. He was replaced here. Here we have Lieutenant Colonel Simon Hamokonda. He is the army chaplain. And then we also have, together with him, we have Commander Josephat Ruben from the Namibian Navy. Those are the two chaplains who will be leading the casket to the designated position. So those are the changes. And then in Zambezi, we are also expecting to have Captain Philippus Angome, who is the chaplain from 26 Brigade. So those are some of the changes that we have made.
There you can see, of course, on your screen there, Professor Joseph Disho, Namibian renowned academic and scholar, of course. He will also deliver a tribute message during this memorial service as well. Also a native of the Kavango regions there, only befitting that he is also on the program to give that message as well. We expect him to focus a lot on the contributions by the founding father to the development of tertiary education in the country. We've heard a little bit earlier on, I think it was on Thursday, when we spoke to the Vice Chancellor of the University of Namibia, Professor Matengu, as he was relaying to us the history around the development of the tertiary education system in the country, with what started already in 1985 with what they termed the Tenor Report, that of course also provided context and did research and developed the overall framework which encapsulated all the institutions that's of tertiary institutions in the country, including the Namibia Trading Authority, the University of Namibia, the VTCs, and many other institutions that are part of the tertiary education system here in the country. Colonel, of course, we're expecting the ceremony to kick off in the next few minutes from now as well. But we've been seeing one thing that has been occurring since the beginning of the memorial services, where we've seen that the commander of the Defense Force has always been on the front lines, receiving the body, providing, of course, the briefing to the representative of the chief mourner at each one of those points. Please just highlight for us the significance of his presence and him leading from the front in as far as the logistics are concerned.
As I've indicated earlier, that he is the chief military mourner, meaning he, being the head of the Defense Force, he is responsible for the whole arrangement of this procession, although he has also staff officers who are actually doing the other work, but him taking now the lead and being delegated already by the commander-in-chief, it is his responsibility to make sure that whoever is the political head designated to a certain memorial service, you need to receive him, or you need to brief him of what has transpired or what will be happening next, or even to just to go and inform him that no, we have arrived safely and everything is according to plan. That is the major major role that he is playing, and he cannot delegate that task to anyone else because he is the chief of the defense force.
If you're just joining us, very good afternoon to you and welcome. We are minutes away from the Kavango East Regional Memorial from commencing. That one, of course, will be officiated, official welcome being done by the governor to welcome everybody that has arrived at the Rundu Sports Stadium to come and pay respects there. We are seeing more and more mourners, of course, taking up their seats before the commencement of the official program. This is one of a number of regional memorial services that will be taking place over the next couple of days leading up to the funeral on the 1st of March. Tomorrow we expect it to be in the Zambezi region, on Monday followed there by Grootfontein, that's representing the Ondangwa region and surrounding areas. And then on Tuesday, we'll be heading down to the Ohangwena region. Warfish Bay, of course, a major historical significance in that location, and we expect that memorial service to be, of course, also quite full and well represented as well. A large part of the political and military history of Namibia also enclaved in that Warfish Bay, which we had only become a Namibian territory after independence in 1994. We've heard already from the negotiator, that was Ambassador Joshua that was joining us here in the studio on Monday. He was, in fact, the first ambassador to South Africa during 1993 to 1996 and was responsible for those negotiations, telling us about how the president was adamant to get independence in 1990 and saying, look, we'll come back still and sort Warfish Bay out after years. And then 4 years later, in 1994, we see Warfish Bay, of course, returned as a territory of Namibia.
Yes, it is very, very important that the region of Ohangwena also have that opportunity to say goodbye to the founding president, and that's why taking the casket also to Ohangwena region is very, very significant, as you have put it on record. In 1994, that is the year that Walvis Bay was integrated into the Republic of Namibia, which the founding president, I think he delegated one of his cabinet ministers to oversee those negotiations of returning Walvis Bay from South Africa. In addition to what I've said, when you asked me the question earlier regarding the Chief of the Defence Force, it is also important to notice or to note that there are certain duties and responsibilities in the Defence Force when are assigned to you. You cannot delegate your subordinate. And this is what exactly the Chief of the Defence Force is carrying out, that he cannot delegate someone else to carry out his assigned task by the president, because from time to time he need to update the commander-in-chief. He is answerable to the commander-in-chief. It is not his subordinates who are answerable to the commander-in-chief. And in this time around, he deal direct with the commander-in-chief. That's why you see him taking the lead as the commander of the Namibian Defence Force.
This, of course, all taking place at the Rundu Sports Stadium. Rundu, the capital of the Kavango East region. In 1936, in fact, it became the seat of the local governor, replacing Kurenkuru as the capital of the Kavango, of the then